I explained it yesterday, and I explained to all of us, and I said it's time that we begin to think about agriculture. The wealth is going back to the farms. The wealth is going back to agriculture. And Africa is the next big thing. I assure you that Africa is the next big thing, and it is going to come through agriculture. And the young people that are here with us, I want you to begin to think seriously about agriculture and see how you can plug in. You know, young people will say, I kind of look down on agriculture. And I think looking down on agriculture is all about ignorance, really, not knowing what is obtainable and what opportunities lie in agriculture. But I'm excited that we are going to be here, and I'm excited about this fusion because now technology is joining agriculture to make things better, to make the food get to us faster and to make the food get to us cheaper. So we must include technology in everything that we do. So do you know what this simply means? The young must walk with the old so that all will be fed. Did you hear what I said? The young must walk with the old so that all of us will be fed. Because we need young people to do what they do. We need their energy. We need their creativity, especially in the area of technology. We need their creativity for us to be able to do this. And the older people should also be tolerant and to understand that there are new and better ways of doing things. Okay? So this is what the fusion is all about. And this fusion, we're bringing people, we're doing a hackathon. So here, I think from Friday thereabout, you're going to begin to have pitch these people that are introducing technology into agriculture. They will do their pitch before us, and all of us will see this thing that we're trying to achieve here today. I want you to just brace yourself. We have we have three interesting speakers that will be speaking to us today, and I'm sure by the time they finish, you'll be convinced that there's a need for fusion, and there's a need for us to come together and to see how we begin to move in this area of agriculture and take it very seriously. But before I yield the mic, I just want us to celebrate my dear friend. He's speaking today. He came all the way from the US to be with me, to support me in this work. So please, can you just help me put your hands together for Mr. Philip? Thank you. If you're looking for a definition of a friend in need and a friend indeed, he's one. He came all the way for me. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, so let me just get out of your way, and so that we can begin to get into the reason why we are here today. I yield the mic.
Let's put our hands together for our convener. So please don't get out of the way so that we can still have this event next year. Because it's risky when you say you get out of the way. I'm beginning to be scared that you have reached the mark 15. You want to say, let's move on to bigger things. Well, the bigger things are here, but we'll still keep pushing this brand. I look forward to when this brand will be 50. 50. Make in Nigeria 50th anniversary. It will be an African event. Are you hearing what I'm saying? I don't need to ask anybody to fall, but I'm saying it to happen. Be an African event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and privilege to be here. And we will be moving in a very swift flow for today's event. We'll move straight up to take our first keynote for this morning, and this afternoon rather. And I'm so privileged to have met our speaker in some fora, somewhere in the Rivers State University. We had some engagements. We talked about tech. We talked about possibilities. And I want to graciously announce to you this morning that we have a visionary techpreneur, public speaker, and author who is the founder and team lead of Havox Tech Hub. He has led the training of 3,000 plus tech talents, built 50 plus digital products for individuals and businesses, and incubating over 14 startups. Our speaker this afternoon and his team drive innovation through platforms such as Havox School, Tech Pass Africa, Build with Havox, Tech Launcher, and Brandvox. They are also currently building a very organized and strategic venture studio with a growing portfolio of tech products shaping solutions across different sectors in logistics, commerce, health, agriculture, and transportation. Havox Tech Hub is also the proud convener of Tech Up Port Harcourt, one of the Niger Delta's biggest and most impactful tech events, which has been running consistently for over half a decade. Put your hands together for Tech Hub, please. He's a data scientist, digital marketing strategist, product expert, and prompt engineer. Our speaker is at the front line of driving the campaign for AI adoption by individuals, businesses, institutions in the region. Most recently, he hosted the largest prompt engineering virtual training in Port Harcourt, graduating over 300 participants. Passionate about startups, collaboration, and the future of Africa's digital economy, our speaker continues to merge entrepreneurship with impact, building a vibrant tech ecosystem in Port Harcourt and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the speaker for the first set of speakers for today's Make in Nigeria, a young man, handsome, I dare say, and he is an intellectual beehive of activities when it comes to tech and blending technology with agriculture, commerce, business of all kinds, and logistics. Let's make welcome to the microphone, Mr. Stewart Ezekiel Jr. Put your hands together and welcome him to the microphone, please. 25 minutes. 25 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to start by thanking the convener. Thank you very much, sir. There's something special about Making Nigeria this year that is touching every one of us in the tech space. It's something we've been campaigning for. It's something we've been begging for, that we should go beyond making noise and get to the point where we can bring people playing in different sectors to come together and have conversations. And before our very eyes, we have the fusion of agri and technology. And I believe that by the time we're done this week, I told them in a post I made on Facebook that Port Harcourt somehow is going to become a hub for agri-tech products. And if you believe that, say amen. Okay, I'm not preaching. Okay. So I will try to do this in 25, 30 minutes. I have about 5 slides. So we'll try to run as fast as possible. So I'm going to be talking to us on bridging the digital divide, making technology work for smallholder farmers and SMEs. I'd like also break our heart a little bit that I'm not here today to thrill you with the buzzwords in tech or to impress you. My idea today will be to, trigger something in us that will make us live here and understand the opportunities we're missing each time we're sitting back and not taking action, right? So let's go to my next slide. So in my last slide, I talked about the fact that technology is not a privilege. It's now a necessity for growth. And the earlier we understand that, the better. It's not something you want to say anymore, I'm not in tech. Those that are in tech know. We're all in tech right now. But 2 things. It's either you're a spectator or you're a player. So everyone is there. Everyone is in the stadium right now. So you have to choose your path. It's either you're a spectator or you're a player, right? So let's go. My next slide. So what's the gap, really? You see, it's easy for us to say, let's go, want to bridge the gap. But if we don't understand this gap, we don't even know what we want to do. And most times, what we've noticed recently is that you have a particular sector who will focus or want to bridge the gap. So you see the guys in the tech space doing everything they want to do. And most times you leave out the key people that are supposed to do something there. So let's look at the first thing there. It's low digital literacy. Low digital literacy. And somehow, for those of us in the tech space, I will hit us a little bit. You see, the truth is, we can't create tech solutions for people who don't even understand what those solutions are for. And that's the problem. And I'll leave us with a lot of assignments. Go and find out how many agri-tech products launched 3 years ago and how many of them are still running till today. The problem is not funding. The problem is number one. So think about it. For a country where we say it's 68% of our rural farmers don't have access to smartphones as at 2022. How do you want to do that? This is the gap, and somehow we'll talk more and see what we're expected to do, okay? So low digital literacy. They are not aware, so they're just doing their stuff. So I'm somewhere as a tech person building an agri-tech product for someone who doesn't even understand what Play Store is. And then you walk up to her in her farm somewhere in a chair and you say, Mama, we've built an app. Please go and download it in Play Store. And thank goodness she knows what play means. So she'll tell you that she's farming and she's not ready to play. But she doesn't understand when you say Play Store. What's even an app? Digital literacy, right? Number two is limited connectivity. And someone wants to ask, oh, Stewart, but this is not in our power. Yes, we know those that is in their power, and somehow we'll discuss the role we're supposed to play to make that happen. Number three, lack of access to digital tools. And this is true. This is true. So most of us don't want to go to the farm, to weed, to do all those kind of stuff. But somehow we want to go into agriculture, right? But if these people don't have access to digital tools in 2025, how do we actually want to grow the agricultural sector? And then how do you even want to put it together with tech, okay? Then number three, high cost of adopting technology. This is true. It's a lot easier if you feel like, is it not just to download the app and then maybe visit the website? No. It goes beyond that. So there is high cost of adopting technology. These are the gaps. And I'll tell you this for sure, that the reason why this conversation by Making Nigeria is so important is that we can be able to tell ourselves the truth. And then at the same time say, what can we do? What are we doing that we should stop doing? What are we doing we should improve upon? What are we not doing that we should start doing to be able to help us achieve this? And I know most of us, we make the noise around AI and all of those. Interesting buzzwords. But the truth about it is that whatever you do, you will eat every day. That's the importance of agriculture. You will eat. You're not going to eat AI. Maybe you have an AI that will serve you the food. But then you will eat. That's the importance of agriculture. Right? Let's go to our next slide. So what are we missing? Why is it that whenever they talk about agriculture, we just feel like, no, it's fine. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something more interesting. Oh, entertainment. Let's talk about fintech. Let's talk about edutech. Why is it that when it comes to agriculture? But let me tell us some things that we're missing. We're missing better yields because we're not pushing agriculture. We're not putting agriculture and technology together. We're missing enhanced profit, increased profit. We're missing data. So you see, everyone is excited about AI, right? So what are we doing recently? We're just building on data that people trained tens of years ago. So Mark Zuckerberg made an announcement a couple of days ago. They launched something, and he said in his post that they've been working on it for over a decade. And I told our lead graphics designer on Sunday, we were having a conversation, I said, so here is the deal. So they've been working on it for 10 years or more. And now you're going to have access to it. And all we're going to start saying, oh, Africa is coming. And so they give it to you and you play with it for another 5 years. Before you turn around, a new system, a new trend is there. So we're always on the consuming side. So how do you want to benefit from AI really when you don't even have your own data? If you ask most persons building agri-tech product, what's the percentage of male farmers we have in Rivers State? They don't know. What's the percentage of female farmers? They don't know. What percentage is producing staple food? They don't know. Where is the data? How do you expect to make decisions if you don't have data? And that is where technology comes in as well. But that's what we're missing. Another thing we're missing is, of course, precision farming. Number two, market access through e-commerce platforms is what we're missing. E-commerce can connect us. I can sell from anywhere. But because we don't have that kind of fusion, there is a problem. And it's also what we're missing. And to us, we feel it's normal, but it's not. We should have gone past beyond that level. Another thing we're missing is financial inclusion via mobile money and digital credit. So you talk to a farmer, tells you, oh, we're looking for money. How do you expect a bank to give you money when you don't have a proper record of the things you've been doing? They don't. So how do you expect to get that? And that's where technology can communicate. But because we don't have that kind of strong fusion, we're missing it. Another thing we're missing is policy insight and innovation drive. See, policy changes everything most times. But like I told us when I started, that I don't want to make my conversation a blame game. Let's blame government, let's blame rich people, let's just think about it. So, I play in the tech space, and I keep giving an example. It's easier to talk about the entertainment industry in Lagos, and you just feel the government woke up one morning and made policies that made it a whole lot easier. No. Some persons took it upon themselves to build that system. And government sees that it's going to work, and then they tap into it. So what are we doing that can help government actually come up with policies? In what regards? And are you surprised that most times our government make policies on things that don't actually exist? Because they're imagining. Or if we're doing it, we're not showing it enough. These are the things we're missing. Please, let's go to my next slide. So what's the menu on the table, really? What's the menu on the table? So the idea is that we're going to bring everybody to the table. Go to the next slide. Just go to the next slide. Okay. So we want to bring everybody here on the table. This is how we can bridge that divide. So if you're a farmer and SME, come to the table. But if you're coming, these are the things I expect from you. I expect you to be open to digital adoption. It's not going to kill you. But the truth is, if you don't do it now, it will chase you out of business tomorrow. Yes. So think about it deeply. How open are you to actually accept this thing? So if you're a farmer here, that's my message to you. Be open. I know your fears. Bring up those fears so that we can answer you, so that people can tell you this is what it is. I keep sharing an experience that prior to the last election, when the cash crunch thing happened, we went to Garrison for something. And we've been there. We had an organization we're training some people for. So they needed us to buy a good number of laptops for the trainees that they were bringing in. So we went to Garrison. We're trying to sort all that out with our guys there. And then we got hungry. So we decided to go and eat Port Harcourt's food, Bole. Yes, we call it the food of the gods. So we decided to go and have Bole. You know, the cash crunch thing. And then I asked the woman, I said, Mama, no, someone else asked her. Say, Masha, you accept transfer. I thought I was hungry. But the guy that came was hungry. You know, when someone is hungry, that he had to beg me that I was waiting. If I can just hold on, let the woman attend to him, please. He was that hungry. Very hungry. He wasn't even asking the price of plantain or anything. He was just hungry. And then he asked that question, Mama, do you accept transfer? Mama was visibly angry. And she did not say no. She said, God forbid. And I was interested. And you know, for me that I have not asked, my intention was to do transfer. And then I asked, I said, Mama, why? She said, how will she stay here with this smoke? And then I will now send money that will go and be on the air. That was her exact words. I say, air how? She says it's on the air, that she preferred to have it here. Digital adoption. So I spent some time having a conversation with her, trying to tell her, oh, this is what I expect, or this is how it works. So if you're there, farmers, SME, be open to digital adoption. When you meet one, that's what you should do. Tell them to be open. You see, when we educate people on certain things, it's a whole lot easier, right? No, but another person we're bringing to the table are tech innovators. And so I will plead for my dear tech kids that it's okay that you have fantastic ideas, but who are you building for? And like I keep saying, there's a difference between building a solution and solving a problem. You can use your tech skills to build a solution. Fantastic. But is that solution actually solving a real problem? How do you intend to solve a problem in the agricultural sector when you're not talking with the people playing in the agricultural space? And now you can begin to understand why we're excited about making Nigeria this year so much. That for the very first time, we can have that balance. So we can have those in agriculture tell us what they need, and those in tech can be able to say, this is what we can offer. So if you're in tech, yes, I simply said you should build simple and scalable tools. It's not going to be about how much features. It's not going to be about, is an agri-tech product that the farmer can easily chat with her son in the US to ask, and then they will know. It's going to, no, just as simple as possible, solving the problem. Do we even understand the agricultural value chain? So recently, we're reviewing a product in our venture studio. It's a health tech product. And we're forced to attend a meeting with the NMA president. And we've had like that type of meeting like 4 times now in the last 2 months. With different, even the chairman of Association of Resident Doctors and all of that. And each time you have those meetings, they tell you what their real problem is. You understand why other health startups failed. Because you're building and you're leaving those you're building it for outside. So if you're a techie here before you leave, talk to a farmer. If you can't, listen carefully to this. If you can't explain to a farmer you will meet here what you're building, then you're not solving a problem yet. If you can actually explain to a farmer here that this is what we're bringing to you, the farmer will be able to tell you that, oh, it's like this. This is what we're encountering. This is what we're encountering. So if we can get something that can help us do like this. So please, our tech innovators. Then number 3, policymakers. Yes, they should create an enabling environment. That's very important. But like I said, I'm focused on us. Let's look at what we can do to even catch their attention. Let's make them feel like, oh, they need to tap into this now for their ego, for their whatever, and then give us the kind of policies we want. And then investors. Definitely, everything will be about money. We need money to launch those products, farmers who need money and all of that. But you see, they can't give us money if we don't give them reasons to. They can't give us money. If you've created that solution, why have you not launched? So imagine that you're building an agri-tech product and you say you've not generated tractions because you don't have money. I agree, that's fine. How many farms have you visited? Have you taken pictures with some farmers? So if someone offers to invest 10 million today into your startup, what are you showing to tell the person, listen, with the little I have, I've gone so far? My friend Jago Emmanuel will simply say, if you start running with an empty leg, it's easier for them to support you and give you a sale pass or a shoe. So it's not going to be about us sitting just at a spot. So for those of us that have the money, here will be my message. Take a risk. It's okay for people to get excited about what's happening in Silicon Valley and the rest of the world. But the question is, who's willing to take a risk on the young people who are creating tech products? Who is willing to invest 5 million, as small as 5 million is, and don't expect a return in the next 6 months? How do you invest 5 million in a tech product and then you're pressuring the founder already? We have to be able to take that risk. But like I said, for them to take that risk on you as a founder in the tech space or even as a farmer, we need to show working. What have you done with the little that you have? Right, so go back to the other slide, please. So if we bring all these people to the table, so what's the menu on the table, right? Affordable digital tools for farmers and SMEs. So if we all come to the table, it means that one way we can bridge those gaps that we mentioned earlier on is to make sure that these farmers that we're trying to convince and say, listen, there are a whole lot of opportunities out there. If we bring these people together, you are coming, we're bringing the tech people and all of that. That we're not bringing solutions that's going to eat so deep into their pocket. And that is where everybody is important, because if we have the right kind of investors, the agri-tech founders will be able to know what they need to do, especially when it comes to customer acquisition, right? So we should be able to create affordable digital tools for farmers and SMEs. Then digital literacy and training programs. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time there. So it's okay for us to feel like, oh, those farmers, they don't even understand any. No. You're missing it. And it should no longer be about the cameras. It should be about conversations like this. It should no longer be about just let's go do it and make the noise. Let's have deep conversations and find out what their problem is and educate them and follow up. It should be a step. They can't just adopt like that. If you have farmers that have not been to school, they are struggling to even use their Nokia Touch. Even the smartphone, maybe any of their children got for them, all they do with it is answer call and all that. If you mistakenly play games with it, they believe that they are taking their money for you to play games with. So they don't even understand. You're literally teaching them how to use WhatsApp as if you're training someone in PhD, right? These are the same people that you want them to just wake up in the morning and adopt. No, it doesn't work like that. So we must intentionally provide that. And let me tell you something about this. I've seen where tech founders will tell you, oh, we built the product. Adaptation now is difficult, market adaptation. And I said, yes, because the period you were supposed to use to educate the farmers, you did not. When you educate them, you're actually preparing them for your own future. You will create products, won't you? So educate them now. So don't run. Don't mock them. Don't feel like they are not at your level. If you're not going to be patient enough to educate them, to make them understand the need, then why are you creating solutions for them? And why are you complaining? So we must do that. So how many of us that are building tech products have tried to find out farmers associations and offer to them that we're doing this? When are you people having your meetings? I would like to come and attend. It's true. Just 5 minutes. I want to show you people how to do this one. I want to talk to you people about this. Educate them. You're actually preparing them for your own future. Educate them. And I'll normally tell people building, not just farmers now. Go outside and touch grass. Sometimes you leave that laptop, leave the codes, go outside and understand who you're building this stuff for. So if you ask me, I'm in the tech space, how we've managed to build our company, understand the business of tech, it's because I attend more of business events than even tech events. I prefer to speak in forums like this than even tech events itself. That's where my customers are. That's the people I want them to understand more about tech, and let's have conversations. So the same thing. If something is happening about farmers, don't just assume that they are old people, because each time they talk about farmers, what comes to our head is hoe, cutlass, and all of that. No, it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. So if we can find ourselves there and have conversations, then it will make sense. The next one is leveraging blockchain and AI for transparency and inclusion. And you see, somehow, This even makes it more interesting. For the same person, you're struggling now to explain what even website is. Imagine how difficult it would be to tell them what blockchain is. Now you understand why it's so important to create awareness. So important. If we can't speak their language, I keep saying this, if we can't speak their language, it will be difficult. And that movement starts now, that if there's anything we'll remember about Making Nigeria this year, is the fact that all of us decided to be apostles and key players in this conversation. That we all know that there is a role I can play. So I don't just sit back and say I'm building a tech solution. I don't just sit back and say I'm a digital marketer. No. Right? So we'll be able to drive this conversation. And then the next thing there will be partnerships and collaboration. You see, for me, that's the game changer. That's the game changer. If we can learn how to partner and collaborate, it will be a whole lot easier. So most times, let's think about the tech guys. Can we come down from our high horses and go to the farmers and think of how we can collaborate with them? Yes. Don't tell me that, oh, they don't want to listen. No, there's a way it's done. You can talk with them. And that's one thing I like about partnership. I would normally say whenever I'm talking about partnership that you should know your wife. WIFE. What's in for everyone. Don't go into partnership with an entitlement mentality. It's a case of, this is what I'm bringing. This is what I want you to bring. This is what you're going to benefit. In short, as a matter of fact, sell the benefit first to the other person. Have you gone into a kind of partnership that the person you want to partner with feels like, will even be the one to ask you, so you, what's in for you? That's the idea. So you have to separate support and partnership. You don't just go and tell somebody, let's partner so that this thing will do this. It's just about you. That's not partnership. Just seek for support at once and go home. So for partnership, you bring it to the table. How many of us here have visited Ministry of Agriculture? Even those of you building in tech space. How many of us? How do you even know the system works? What offer can you make them? What offer can you make them? And don't tell me those challenges. It's not for you. Pick your own. Everybody will not be successful. A long time ago, I was taught that, you see, you need the foolish for wisdom to make sense. So that means everybody will not be wise at the same time. So just think about what you're going to do. Don't just say, oh, the farmers. No, how about the farmers that are willing to work with you? It's not that they just want money. What's the security you're going to give to them as well? The same thing happens to the farmers. You might not have the money to build the tech product. And that's why before you leave today, find out those of them in the tech space and go into partnerships. And say, we want to do this thing. We need you in. This is what you're going to do. This and this was going to be in for you. This was going to be in for us. Go into those partnerships. Collaborate. Right? Collaborate. I mentioned something about you, for example, trying as much as you can to visit where they're having meetings. There are things that are not taught. But you see, you have to learn them. How much is a pack of water really? How much is a pack of those small Fanta and Coke? Oh, how many people are going to be in the meeting? They say, oh, we're going to be 20, 30. That's about 3 packs of those. How much is it? So we can buy those and come for the meeting. And the chairman will tell them, oh, these guys came and they brought this. So they just want to talk to us for 5 minutes. Don't make it about you. For those of you in the tech space, don't go there and tell them all the wonders of what you guys are building. No. Make it more about them. Right? And another thing I will mention to you when you're going to seek for such collaborations, find out what their pain points are. And one of the things we always talk to startups about is that learn how to magnify the problem. Don't just say this is the solution. Talk about the problems they are facing. Let them see the impact, what they are losing because of that problem they are facing. And then now tell them your solution. It will make them feel good, to make them excited. They don't want to miss out in the drama. And that way we can be able to do that. So remember that we looked at those gaps and we looked at everyone that is supposed to play in that system. See, there is money in this city, especially those of you in the tech space. But they can't invest in tech products because we're not showing the results. So if you meet an investor, you've bet a tech product, he asks you, how many farmers have you met? You say, none. Why? How do you want him? You don't. Is it the money that is holding you? We should be able to know. Let me tell you the truth. It is one of the most difficult sectors to build products for. But it's being done. And that's why I gave you that simple, just go and check. Check how many agri-tech products launched in 2022 or 2021 and find out how many of them are still running till now. In short, one crashed early this year after they raised $11 million. $11 million. And these are not guys that you said they were just spending money. No. They've been doing tech things, dedicated, built from scratch, got to a point, built a product, raised funds. So why did they fail? If we begin to ask that kind of question, then you will not follow that same path where we just create the solution, get excited, it's up on Play Store, Apple Store, they tell us congratulations, and the people that are supposed to use the product are somewhere in a chair or Ogoni. They don't even know. You've never met them before. You don't have a go-to-market strategy to get farmers. And most of you, one of those challenges is that they are not digital literate. And that is where the people that are young comes in. How many of you are creating an agent system? How can you make me a farmer without me going to the farm? So there are people that want to do something like that. There are people that are very good in marketing. And so we tell you that our system is good. So all you have to do is get us the farmers. You be the one to onboard them. You be the one to do this, get the product, sell, give them their money. You take a percentage. How many of them are you reaching out like that to get something? Okay, let's go to my last slide, I guess. And please move. Move to the next one. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Oh, my world. Stewart, you just did me in right now. You know, when a speaker tells you, let's go to my last slide, you're expecting conclusion. And then he's telling you, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him again, please. You know, it's interesting to note that we have this quality of seasoned people in the city of Port Harcourt. And permit me to say, some of us were poached to leave town. I'm sure they've poached you many times. In fact, you have friends that don't greet you again because you refuse to leave town. When you rise to a level of prominence, they tell you, come to Lagos. In fact, they are ready to give you an office space. I'm not joking. They are ready to provide you an office space. They are ready to house you for the first 6 months. They tell you this is where it's happening. But do you know that most of the great singers, great tech skills and all of that, they started from here? Do you know that tech actually started from Port Harcourt? You're shocked to hear that? Yes. Tech started from Port Harcourt. And then everybody started moving to Lagos, Abuja. So that's to tell you that we have a great city in our hands. And I want to give credence to what you said, sir, that the government can't do it until they see, until you make them want it. They won't invest. They won't pay attention to it. And for me, the greatest industry in Nigeria that have made a difference is the tech industry. The only industry that regulates itself is tech industry. They wrote their regulation document and gave to government. This is what you use to regulate. Because government didn't understand it. Government came back and said, how do we regulate you? They provided the documents. Okay, this is what we need. This is what you will do. When you are self-regulated, you know what I mean. Let's put our hands together for the tech guys, please. I know we have questions, but I'm going to stand down your questions, write it down, We want to move as fast as we can. And then after the second speaker, we'll have a panel conversation. And then we'll take a couple questions during that time. Because I don't want Stewart to leave. If I tell him, you take questions now, he will leave. I know he's a very busy person, so I'm going to hold him down so he will stay. And ladies and gentlemen, yesterday people asked I didn't introduce myself. May I introduce myself and my colleague who's working with me here today? My name is Dr. Emmanuel Dogba. I am the founder and executive director of African Institute of Public Speaking and Communications Excellence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a public speaking coach, a certified life coach, trained in the US, of course. You know, we like foreign things, so let me add some spice of the foreign things. And I'm also a leadership communicator and a conference host. Been privileged to host events for NLNG, SPDC, and the multinationals, private conferences, and the likes. I'm not a very loud person, so if you go to social media, you may not be seeing all the noise. But we like making the money without making too much noise. Yeah, we have those that make the noise, they don't make the money. They're all over social media, but nothing is happening. But we like the other one, make the money. You know, multinationals, they won't make noise about you. They'll pay you well quietly. And I also have a friend of mine, one of my colleagues in the industry that works with me closely. He's here to also support what we're doing. He is a very fantastic MC. I'll be handing over proceedings to him. He is MC Kingsford. Let's put our hands together to welcome MC Kingsford, please. Come on up, man. Come on up, man. So he will be handling the second segment of this event while I take a breather. Welcome. Isn't he handsome? He's not married, though. He's not married. He's a very handsome guy. Are you available?
Single to stupor.
Single to stupor. That means he is not looking at anybody yet, so you can look at him. Let me hand over proceedings to him. You're welcome, and I look forward to an amazing time. Put your hands together for him, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause one more time for the boss himself, the oxygen. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to be here. My name is Kingsford Ngini. Please, one more time, can we put our hands together for Mr. Stallworth? That was an amazing, amazing presentation. What's on the menu? Please, can you ask someone, what's on the menu? Ask the other person, what's on the menu? It's definitely not bole and fish. So what's on the menu? Digital literacy, collaborations and partnership, and many more. We are privileged to have Juggernauts right here, Colossus right here with us, and to take it further, our second speaker is here. Are you excited? Come on, if you're excited, please can you snap your finger? This time around, don't clap, just snap your finger. Okay, so we have someone truly incredible, and she is a she. Gender equity, they say. She's a she, and she is a tech juggernaut, like I would love to say. She's the founder of BeatSafe Protocol, lead partner, Borderless. She is also a Web3 business developer, growth strategist, and music artist. She has impacted 300 plus developers, brought over 8,000 people on chain, and scaled 3D apps from idea to launch. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to take us on deep tech, blockchain for supply chain, transparency, finance, and cross-border commerce. Let's welcome to the stage Mrs. Kala Mweke. Please, a round of applause for her. She comes to this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. First, I'd like to say a really big thank you for the opportunity to be here, to stand before a lot of you today. Being here means that you are interested in what technology has to do with the future. And thank you so much, sir, for birthing this vision for the past 15 years. And he was saying, looking forward to 50 years. I said, if the Lord tarries. Thank you so much. This is really great. Please, everyone, put your hands together for yourself for being here today. Okay, so let's get right to it. So this is a topic I was given. It's very long, Abby. So I shortened it, Pan-African Commerce with Blockchain, but it's still this topic. So, sorry. All right. So blockchain for supply chain transparency, finance, and cross-border commerce. When I saw this topic, I was like, this looks like those topics that our supervisors in school in 400 level will tell us, go and write on this. And after doing all the research, it really doesn't go anywhere. But anyways, so I shortened this down to Pan-African Commerce with blockchain. And let me sort of like explain. This, my talk session will not just be me talking. I want to make this like a focus group. So there are questions that I would ask that I would need your input. So feel free to speak. You don't need to stand up. It's not a classroom. Feel free to speak. There are questions I would ask that I will need your input. So we're going to go through this together. Are we? Okay, yes, good. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go to the next slide. So let's start with supply chain, right? What is supply chain? Who was expecting what is blockchain to be the first slide? Who was expecting that? Oh, okay. All right. So what is supply chain? It's everything. Okay, before we go, someone should tell me, just in your own words, what is supply chain? You don't need to raise your hand. You can just say it from wherever. What's supply chain? Who knows? Yeah, sir. Thank you. From manufacturer to customer. Thank you. Sir, you raised your hand also. What's supply chain? Okay, for him. All right. Thank you so much. From manufacturer to customer. All right. And you can also look at it from raw material to the final user. Do they teach business studies in secondary schools? Who knows? Okay, that's very good. So you would have learned that. And then they would have also told you about from producer, it goes to warehouse, then from warehouse, it goes to the wholesaler, then from the wholesaler to the retailer before it gets to you. Those are one aspect of supply chain. But if you were to look at it holistically, it is everything that is done and everyone between raw material and final consumer. Every single thing that is done, whether it is done physically or it is done digitally or it is done with the blockchain or it's done with your normal Nokia phone communicating with somebody. It is everything and everyone between raw material and final consumer. So I gave an example. Let's look at the rice supply chain. We all like rice. Who doesn't like rice here? No hands. I was in Ghana recently, and let me just tell you, the beef of Ghana jollof and Niger jollof, it's not that strong. Social media just uses it to, do promotions. So we all like rice. If we were to look at the supply chain for rice, what will we start with? Who can tell me? What will we start with? Before the rice gets to your table, what's like the first place? Thank you. The farmer in which place?
The rural areas.
Which rural areas? In the north?
No.
Where again? Nasarawa, okay. Where again? Anambra. Abakaliki. I was waiting for that one. That's the popular one. Abakaliki. Which other one again? Which other? Boko. Where's that? It's in Benue State. Oh, nice. Okay. Thanks. I'm learning. All right. So we'll look at these places. So what's one thing that comes to our mind when we mention these places? Location. Right? Location. So we're in Port Harcourt, but this rice comes from these different places. So the farmer first. After the farmer, let's say the farmer is the raw material. What's the next step in the supply chain? What should be the next thing? Yes, logistics. Thank you. Process. That comes before logistics, because you don't go and buy the rice in its raw form, like in its shell, and then you have to know. Somebody has to do all of that, right? And then they would package it. The rice doesn't come in the basin like the way some of us buy it. It doesn't even come in that first initial bag of rice. It's packaged a certain way, taken to certain mills. So that part has to do with production. And that's what we look at the factory or manufacturing process. But in this area now, it's processing because it's food. Okay? So after that, what's the next one? Where? There's one before that. Okay, anyways, yes. Storage, warehousing. Then after that, the next one is logistics. Thank you. And then between logistics and when it gets to you is what? There's one word I'm looking for. There's one word. Who can try? And yes, it's distribution, but it's under distribution. Thank you. Retailing. This is a businessman. Thank you. Retail. You really can't. Retail is very important. So all of these are under the supply chain. Before your rice gets to you, it goes through a lot of process. Okay? So what I want to explain to you today is what role can blockchain play in all of these processes, whether it is for your rice, for your goods, maybe it's not staple foods, maybe it's even a service. What role can blockchain play in this area? So let's go to the next slide. All right. Aha. So we already explained all of this. Factors for supply chain. We talked about the production and location. Now, I looked at this because of the Pan-African commerce opportunity that we have, right? Who has ever tried to buy anything from a country outside Nigeria, but it's still in Africa? Or probably you've tried to make some sort of transfers. You wanted to buy something from somebody in... Has anybody ever tried to buy something from somebody in another country, another African country? Has anyone ever tried? Okay, what country was that? Ghana. Another one? Isn't that country apart from Ghana? Mozambique. Cool. What was the process? How did you send them money? True. Okay, she's obviously in crypto. Okay, which other one? Yeah.
Ghana. That was the process.
Momo, right? Yeah. They used Momo. Okay, cool. So she said USDT, and he said Momo. Okay. Now, Momo was possible because they had to have been using MTN. But what if there was no MTN in a country like Madagascar and you wanted to send something to them? Or you wanted to buy their produce? Maybe there's something that Madagascar makes that's not in Nigeria. And being a young business person, you find that out and you're like, okay, I can import this thing. Since it's not here, I would have control. Like, I would be the only supplier for Nigerians. If I do my marketing very well, you can set price by yourself. But then you'll be faced, that's the issue now of location. Every country has their various resources and their various culture and all. So in the area of blockchain, how can we solve this problem of production and location in different places for Africa. If I wanted to send funds to someone in Madagascar to buy some sort of produce from them, if they don't have Momo and I can't go through their banking systems, it means I can't do any business with them. So how would blockchain solve that? And that's where we'll come to payment records and documentation. Now, this is blockchain. I wrote from here, this payment records, documentation, logistics, and verification can be solved with the technology. In my own opinion, this production and location is the human factor. I really don't think that there's any technology that we would create that can replace the human factor. Even when we even have the robots or the AI robots doing the farming, you're still going to need somebody to do the coding. You're still going to need somebody to do the training. And so the human factor would always be there. And that's why I didn't have that here. No matter, even if we're going to implement blockchain technology for farming, it is going to be restricted to the area of data collecting. How many produce was made? Things like the soil, basically everything that has to do with data. And then if you want to add AI to that to secure the data or to give you some sort of decentralized AI, that's another talk. But in my own opinion, the areas that blockchain can play in supply chain is between payments, records, documentation, logistics, and verification. So let's look at this part, right? If somebody had, she talked about USDT and that's stable coins. What if every country is able to have their own stable coins? I'll talk about that in the next slide. Say I wanted to buy something from Madagascar. What's the currency for Madagascar? I keep saying Madagascar. Someone can just Google and check what their currency is. So I have Naira. I've seen the products that they have. I like that product. And then I want to buy it. I have the money. I clearly want it. So demand is established. The only problem is the payment area. How do I figure out this payment part? Enter stablecoins, local stablecoins. Nigeria has her own stablecoin, CNGN. Who's head of CNGN? Oh, nice. Who else? Oh, they have a lot of you too. Okay, they have a lot of work to do. But the reason City Boy can tax crypto is because we've put something already in place. So we're not going to have those issues. CNGN is Nigeria's stablecoin. Money is already moving with it. It's already being used. It's just that it's not loud enough. But your banks are already in talks to accept it, right? So crypto is here now. And that's the reason our president can say, who has heard, we've seen the tax reform. Okay, good. It's there, right? Because CNGN already exists. Now, if Madagascar has its own stable coin and there's a general marketplace that I can swap CNGN, has anybody found out the currency for Madagascar? What's the currency? R what? RRA. Okay, RIA. RRA. Oh, wow. RRA. Okay. So let's say, interested. Let's say Madagascar's, let's just call it Madagascar token. The word, all right. Let's say Madagascar's currency, Ariare, thank you. Let's say Madagascar's currency is tokenized, and there's a marketplace where I can swap my CNGN for it or my USDT for it. It means that I can send the farmer over there, Ariare, and he can receive it and convert to his local bank or anyhow, and then I can buy his produce. So we'll solve the first problem, the problem of payments, right? So location now is no longer a barrier. Now, the next problem that we'll solve is the problem of records. Where's the proof that I'm actually buying his produce? And I answered this in the next slide. Please go to the next slide. Where is the proof and the documentation that I'm actually buying his produce? Go to the next slide, sorry. I'll explain this one later. Why, where's the proof that I'm buying his produce? Where's the documentation that says I am buying this trailer load of, let's say, maybe potatoes from him, and they would arrive in Nigeria in a particular number of days? That would only be possible if we have a supply chain ledger. Now, our banks have NIBBS, right? Which is the centralized ledger. And then for international transactions, there is SWIFT, right? I always ask a question. If I want to send money to somebody in Madagascar through the normal banking process, it has to go through SWIFT first. And SWIFT isn't even Africa's ledger. Why is it that I want to send money to somebody in my own continent and the person in charge of my ledger is outside my continent? Who created that system? That's why blockchain exists, because there's no middleman. SWIFT is essentially a middleman for cross-border payments. So my question is, why can't we have our own supply chain ledger in Africa? We obviously have products, we have goods, we have mineral resources. How come those resources are not on-chain? What's stopping us from having that? If we have a supply chain ledger, then we can treat our commodities like tokens. We can treat our commodity like money through NFTs. They can become the commodities of the blockchain. So a farmer can have his farm tokenized on-chain and his produce tokenized on-chain, and I can buy those produce with either CNGN or his currency, the Madagascan Ariaria, and then that documentation is on-chain, and then logistics can happen. We can transact without having to do anything with SWIFT or NIBSS, just using the blockchain. And guess what? It's actually even cheaper. It's cheaper. You won't have a situation where someone is able to hack and cause some certain issues where funds you have sent are not going through. All those issues, all those payment frictions are solved. And it will be open. It will be easier to get investments because anybody in the world can see, oh, this farm has this amount of produce. Last year, this were the produce that they generated. And a blockchain who wants to go into investing in agriculture can just look at the farm data. Because it's on-chain, everything is clear. It's easy to just tokenize his farm, give him money. He's able to convert it, pay the workers that he needs, sell his goods, convert the money that he gets in profits, pay back his investors, all on-chain. For this process that I have talked about to work, we need to have this, a supply chain ledger for our products in Africa. Now, let's look at it for agriculture in Africa. And the funny thing is, someone is already doing it. It's already working. A friend of mine called Wasabi has something called Coconut Network. And Coconut Network is a farm. What he did was tokenize his farms, tokenize his produce, raise funds for it, and he's doing this exact same thing already. There was another person, a friend of mine, also in this Port Harcourt. He tried starting something called Farm Chain Finance, where he was doing the exact same thing, tokenizing his farms and getting investors to buy the tokens, which represents the produce, selling them for profit. And then, getting funds from investors to farmers and from farmers back to investors. All of this will be possible with a supply chain ledger. So if we have payments fixed and we don't have this, we'll still find the same problem existing where even though you've received the money, it is possible that, I don't send you your produce even when you receive the money. And I can't even query you if I don't receive it because there is no record of your farm actually being existing because we have the problem of location. So this part, this supply chain ledger, is what can help Pan-African commerce thrive. It's only if, as let's say, between nations, we decide to do something like this, that this can thrive. If not, what I'm just telling you now is wash. Because if the powers that be, the people who actually have the ability to, don't accept it, no matter how much onboarding or training you want to give to the farmers, if this is not available, there would still be frictions. So the essence of my presentation, of my talk today, is to let you know that this is very possible with farming. The ledgers that exist shouldn't only be for, blockchain, Bitcoin, Ethereum, trading. All the activities that we have, all the commodities that we have as humans can actually exist here. So we can have supply chain ledger for the farmers. We're also doing the same thing in real estate. There are lots of real estate companies that are looking at tokenizing the estates that they have and using that to raise funds. So the idea is if you are in the US, you can invest in Nigerian real estate and buy a building, a real estate, an estate, fund it, and as people pay their rent, they are able to convert it back and give you your returns. All of this as a result of supply chain. Anybody here who is doing fashion can do the same thing. You can have a clothing line or a group of clothing shops. You want investment, you can tokenize them. So there's a lot of process to this, but the point of my whole presentation is to let you know that it's possible. So now, if you want to bring it to a bigger scale, where as Africans, we can do businesses with countries outside our sphere in our continent without having to go through the banking systems and the banking frictions, all we need to do is have our own ledger. So the technologies are already there. The point is for you to think in this light. All right, thank you. Next slide, please. I think this should be towards the end. Next slide. All right, yeah. So this is my product, BitSave.io. It's a savings tool. And how can this work for supply chain? It's only going to work in two areas: savings. So savings, enterprise savings, temporary locks. So apart from the fact that it has its own savings activity that itself can be used to lock funds temporarily for businesses that want to transact with themselves. So let's say you want to do something like escrow, where I want to buy this thing, maybe this farm produce is $10,000 or $100,000. I'm going to lock it in BitSave. And then once I receive my produce and I'm able to confirm that, this produce has already gotten to you and you agree you've received it, you can unlock it, or I can unlock it on my own end in the part of the world. The protocol that can make that work is BitSave, and that's one thing that I built. And then the next thing is there's the BTS tokens, which is sort of like your reward for using the product. So the whole essence of all of this is called SafeFi. That's what it is. All right, I think that should be all. Next slide. Okay, yeah, that's all. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Okay, you have one. And he has one. Okay. All right. So, sir.
Good, good afternoon,
Good afternoon, sir.
everyone. Thank you very much for explicit presentation. My name is Omena Peter, CEO Ipronia Academy. We teach on cryptocurrency, Bitcoin and blockchain technology. So what I want to ask is, how much is the token for BitSave? The price of the token.
Oh, it's not live yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
Haven't
very
made
much.
it live yet. Want to get a lot of revenue and traction first before making it live.
So what is the plan for investment to BitSave?
Oh, it's for savings. It's a savings protocol. Right now, I'm not really looking for investors because I already built it. What I'm looking for is marketing partners, and it's a product for core Web3 natives. So I'm not even interested in onboarding non-Web3 natives. Actually, I think maybe the part where non-Web3 natives can come in is when we tokenize Nigeria's treasury bonds so that people could earn profits on the bonds. And then also the stock exchange, we're looking at tokenizing the Nigerian stock exchange different products so that it's easy. With one click of a button, you can buy it without having to go through all the process that's currently there. So that's it. So yeah, he raised his hand. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Please, a round of applause for her one more time. Amazing. We are gleaning a whole lot of knowledge right here, and that is the reason why we are here today. So please, the media, I would like you to put up something on the screen. The Make in Nigeria Business Group. So the media is going to put it up on the screen, please. This is something very important that you can be a part of. So all you have to do is to use your phone and you scan the barcode for you to join the group. When you join, you'll be able to gain first-hand access to opportunities, investments, direct market linkage for business to business and business to customer. So please make sure that you leverage on this opportunity, scan the barcode so that you can join the group. Okay, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have one of our sponsors here today, and they would like to address us. If your hands are not too busy, please, a round of applause as I call Mrs. Irene Samuel from Aero Contractors. Please clap for her until she comes to the stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on the existing protocol. I'm very happy to be here. And first and foremost, I want to thank the convener of this event and his team, his amiable team. That's Mr. Onoche. Aero Contractors appreciate you. Thank you for bringing us closer to our target audience. We don't take this opportunity for granted, sir. Thank you very much. And so, on behalf of Captain Ado Sanisi, the CEO and Managing Director of Aero Contractors, I bring you greetings. Aero Contractors is the oldest airline in Nigeria. And we've been operating for over 6 decades. Yes. And today, I'm here to, most people already know Aero Contractors because as way back as how many years? I can't remember when I finished your service now. They gave me the opportunity to fly for as low as 7,000 naira. Then I wasn't even dreaming of driving a carrier there. So most people already know Aero Contractors. So for me, it is like a brand recall to everyone. And I'm glad one of the reasons we decided to support, partner with this event this year, it's our first time. It's because of the name, the fusion, agro and tech. And because Aero Contractors is an innovative company, we said, okay, let's see what this event is all about. And I can assure you, or I can boldly tell you, we are not at all disappointed. A company can only remain relevant if you create products that align with the needs of its people. And that's why at Aero Contractors, there are so many packages I would like to talk about. But I want to bring to you the one that brings value to you, the one that gives you satisfaction. And that is the upgrades and the FlyMass. The upgrades is a product that allows students as MBA students, ICANN students, university undergraduates, postgraduate students. It allows you to fly for less. The discounts apportioned to that product is not something you can find anywhere. It's quite competitive. So I want to urge everyone, because learning never ends. And so I believe many of us are students here. It might not be at your first degree level. It might be at a higher one. So it's a product that I know that you know someone that will need it. And for the copper FlyMass, it's certain, it's given that once you finish university, you go and serve. So it also takes you from your place of schooling to your place of, what do you call it now? To the place of primary assignment. So everything, these two products can be found in www.flyaero.com. Just scroll downwards and you see upgrades, you see copper FlyMass. And once you click on it, it gives you the opportunity to put your details. But let me tell you something. You must book ahead. If you want to fly with ease, it's always good you plan your travel. So please book ahead and you will experience the discount. And I'm also glad to bring to you Aero Contractors first, or rather West Africa first and foremost maintenance and repair organization, the MRO. What do? They give you the opportunity, rather, their services includes maintenance of aircraft, sea checks, and many more checks. And what has that done to the Nigerian economy? It has helped to strengthen our Nigerian economy. So you don't need operators of airlines, airline owners. You don't need to take your aircraft over the seas to repair. You don't need to take them, pay so much dollars in ensuring that your aircraft are serviceable and are valid. So Aero Contractors does that for you at our Lagos office. It's the first of its kind in West Africa. It's the first of its kind in West Africa. And we are not only servicing aircrafts within Nigeria. All over West Africa, they've been patronizing us. And in Port Harcourt here, we have our rotary wing, which services helicopters. It's just at NADVADS here, which we operate an helicopter charter services to the oil rigs. You can use it for medical evacuation and for leisure purpose. And I want to say Aero Contractors is more than just moving you from one point to the other. It brings you closer to families, it connects you, and most especially, it strengthens our Nigerian economy. And together, together as a people, I believe that by the time we bring all our values, all that we have to offer into our country, Nigeria, because I know that's one of the aim of Make in Nigeria, to encourage young SMEs and encourage the things, the services, the products that are produced in Nigeria. I believe as a strategic company, which we are, interested in collaborations, partnerships, sponsorships, together we can make our country very, very big. And I also want to say that Aero Contractors wouldn't have been here if not because of your patronage. We appreciate every one of you. Keep flying, Aero Contractors. And Mr. Anoche, permit me to say that for these guest speakers, we have souvenirs for you at our stand. Please feel free to pick up yours. God bless you, and thank you.
Let's put our hands together one more time for Mrs. Irene Samuel. She's talked a lot about Aero Contractors, and I can tell you for a fact that we were one of the early flyers on Aero. And one of the things I think I should add is the fact that they understand the business, and they were one of those companies that started flying short routes like Benin, Port Harcourt, Benin, Calabar, Port Harcourt, Calabar. They started breaking those routes. And that made a world of difference. I remember flying Aero at 10,000 naira at some point, to Lagos. And it was fun. Those days you can just get angry and go to Lagos. Because with 10K you're there. Just wake up and you're upset. Look, I don't want to talk to you. I'll see you tomorrow. You just get a ticket and you're in Lagos. Please try and get angry now. By the time you just go www.whatever airline and look at the return ticket. You just advise yourself. The anger will just disappear. Because you're talking about 300K return leg. You will advise yourself and decide to stay. Now big boys fly with wisdom. Some people do road one leg, return ticket, airline. But where are you going to? Man, I'm going to Abuja for a business trip. I'll be back. Okay, will you be able to pick me from there? Well, let me drop you. Don't worry. When I'm coming back, someone is taking me to the airport already. When I'm coming back, you pick me up. So they'll give you the ETA for arrival, and then they'll go to GIG. One leg, GIG Motors. Coming back, they fly back. So you come to airport and pick my G. My G did return leg. We know the drill. We're all Port Harcourt boys. We know how far. Sorry, we are busting your bubbles now. We know. Some of us, they do. Isn't it wisdom? It's wisdom, oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. We're here to ensure that you get the best of the event. I hope you're learning a lot today. I hope you're learning a lot. So once again, let's put our hands together for one of our major sponsors, Aero Contractors. I'll take permission from my boss, Uche Onochi, and I'll come to you. We'll talk partnership. Because we want people to be flying Aero more often now. So if you are here, you're planning to travel, there's no other airline. There's a special discount they will give you because you're in this conference. So if you are planning to travel anytime soon, contact them now, here. Madam Irene has some powers that she can use. So just go to her, mention Make in Nigeria. It's only available this week. After this week, it expires. I'm putting her on the spot right now. So if you are traveling anytime soon, use it now. It will expire after this week. Thank you very much. If that is a yes, let's put our hands together for her now. It's a yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I'd like to request that this conference be supported. Because what we're doing here, how many of you paid to attend this conference? If you paid a dime, let me see your hand. Aero Contractors, please look around. Nobody paid a kobo to attend this conference. Everything you're seeing here, the entire autograph is on lockdown for this conference. Are you aware? The entire building is on lockdown for this conference. Exhibitions happening on the first floor. The 2 conference halls here are fully booked for this conference. Upstairs, we've taken that space. So think what it will cost to shut down this facility for 1 full week. and then you are attending this conference absolutely at no cost to you. To get Mr. Stewart to speak in an event, if I tell you how much it will cost, you'll be shocked. To get our dear friend from the United States of America, without paying him, just his flight alone, return ticket from the US to Nigeria. I want you to think about it. We are talking Lagos and Abuja, we are saying almost 350. Now think of the US to Nigeria to speak and to be with us for 1 full week. I want to think about it for a moment. To get the array of MCs and speakers that you have in this conference, to get digital support, to get all the cameras, to get all of these things to work. I want you to think about it for a moment. I'm planning a 3-hour business dinner in December. Stewart. I left a meeting before we came here, myself and my assistant. Just a 3-hour dinner for 60 people. The bill is 3 million, 3 point something million. Just for 60 people, a 3-hour business dinner. The bill. Now I'm talking of just the venue and food. I'm not talking of anything else. We have not talked about printing. We've talked about logistics, advert. No. Just the food, water. Drink is not in that cost. I just realized that now. It's just the food, water, and hall. DJ services is not inclusive. No other antecedent cost. Cameras, videos is not there. Just the food and the hall is 3 point something million. 3 hours. If you are planning dinner and it's longer than 3 hours, then it's party you are doing. Because the purpose of dinner is able to come and sit down, eat. And if you are smart enough, as they're eating, you collect money from them. I'm saying that just to bring your minds to the fact that what you are witnessing here, if you quantify it, it's better to quantify it in dollars because dollars make money look small. In figures, if you convert it to naira, the zeros become many, so it's big. All I want you to do, ask yourself, if I were to pay for 1 day to be in this conference, what value do I put to it? Media, please give us the account details. I want to collect money from people. Support this thing. I am touched myself. My boss didn't ask me to do this, but I'm too touched. I can't pretend anymore. 14 years, this thing has been consistent. Not 1 year missed. Can we just bring out... So do you have a blockchain account? That is even faster. Your address. Get us your blockchain address. Let's put it up. That one is easier for the tech people to move money around fast. But I'm serious about this. Let's do something to show our commitment to what we're doing here. Support this project. Get out your phones in a moment and do something now, please. Can we just get out our phones? Let me step away from the screen so you will not see because I didn't see it well. Let's all do something. Let's pull out our phones. You have your bank app. Just support this project. Support it, please. Support it. GT Bank 055 127 6713. GT Bank 055 127 6713. Let's pour out our hearts to say thank you for this project. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to us. Support what we're doing here. Are we good? Should I repeat the numbers? GT Bank 05 51 27 6713. GT Bank. The account name is Make in Nigeria. Make in Nigeria. Have you got it? Beautiful. 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 Thank you. As you do that, I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all. So while you're doing that, please would invite our panelists. We're having a very deep panel conversation, but just before the panelists, I think I have some 5 minutes to work with at this time. I want to take questions for the first speaker. I think the second speaker graciously took the questions she expected from the audience. And so the first speaker, I pleaded with him to hold brief because we wanted to take questions after the second speaker. So if you have a question for the first speaker who spoke to us basically on very key issues that he raised, I think if there's anything you remember that Mr. Stewart Ezekiel said is what's on the table, what's on the menu, and what's on the table. So that question is very rife, and he spoke to us on bridging the digital divide and making technology work for smallholder farmers and SMEs. So if you have a question for him, we'll take your questions now. Anyone that has a question? Hand number 1, hand number 2. Any more hands in the air? Okay, 2 questions. Let's take the mic to the first person on that flank there, the young man in black. There's a man in black. This way, please. Hello, come. There's someone closer. Before you travel, come now, bros. Before you run to the airport, start from the town. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, a better one is coming. All right, pass it on to him, please. And then you can sort that one and someone else should take it to that point and wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. And thanks to the host of this program. I'm delighted to be here. Okay, my question to Mr. Swat.
Your name, please.
My name is Mr. Ndubisi.
Ndubisi Stewart. The name is Stewart.
Okay, yeah, you can understand why I could not pronounce the name Stewart.
Yeah. It's not Swat, it's Stewart.
Stewart.
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, I understood everything you talked about on the web. It's like a web from the farmer to all of that. But my question is, them in tech space, what are they doing to make tech a little bit cheaper for consumers? What I mean by that is that a farmer who wants to produce his own products and probably do a small app and put them in the market, if you go to them, they will tell you you should bring 60 million or that. So what are they doing to make tech a little bit affordable for farmers?
Thank you. Thank you. Before I allow Stewart to take the response, I know that he already started advocating that the tech enthusiasts should be mild on their customers, understanding the need to bridge that gap. But he's still going to respond. Well, let's take the second question so that he can do a wrap together and take the responses as one. Yes, sir. We're ready for your question, please. Great.
Thank you very much. My name is Omina Peters. My question, one is an advice because the solution, this program put together, Making Nigeria, is a big solution for tech and farmers in the area of partnership and collaboration.
Correct.
Now, most of our speakers in every event, we know they are very, very busy. But sometimes we don't have, as farmers, that opportunity to collaborate with them. The reason after speaking today is gone and is gone. And sometimes we don't have the contact of these individual speakers. For example, our speakers for yesterday, nobody's around today. And some of us that will come tomorrow will not have that opportunity to meet our speakers. Now, to run on how small, if a farmer wants to meet him, maybe 10, 4, 20 persons still have the same thing in mind to get in touch with him, to get that similar help the young man is asking of. So I will appeal to all our speakers at the end of every presentation, if there is a way we can get in touch with them to say, I know I met you during the Made in Nigeria 2025, the 15th edition. That is the first. And secondly, to make in Nigeria, let's also show the tech and agro thing by also having a digital account. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so before Stewart responds, what he's saying is a suggestion, but I think there's a quick solution to your question. Media, please put up the partnership, the Make in Nigeria Business Group. That's the fastest means to connect. All right? So if you're here and you would have challenge with reaching out to the speakers or finding quick solutions, please join this Make in Nigeria Business Group. Media, put it up again, please. Once you are on that platform, right, the platform provides two values for you. Number one, it gives you, in fact, more than two. Let me just give you what it takes. It helps you to connect access, to get access to opportunities, investments, direct market linkages for business to business and business to customer. So it's a B2B, B2C platform. So you can scan the barcode. If you're too far, your phone is not able to do that. There's a table just by the door. Just go over there. They'll give you the code. You scan it. You join. Now, if you have a need for Stewart, for example, you can put it up on the platform and request to have access to him. And the organizers will make that arrangement for you to meet with him and have a business-to-business engagement. So you don't need to run after him to get his number. Are you following what I'm saying now? So that platform is designed to provide a long-lasting solution at one stop. And if you have a need for a customer, you have a product and you're looking for direct access, that platform is going to provide that engagement, that connection between you as a business owner and the customer base that you need directly. So that way you eliminate the challenge of, oh, I need to go through third middleman, go through that and all of that. It's really going to help. So let's start with this. And I tell you 90% of that problem is solved. So let's put our hands together for Make in Nigeria team and the convener for coming up with this beautiful solution. That hand clap is rejected in Jesus' name. Jesus. Clap where? You think to create solution is easy? You think it's easy to come up with idea? You think it's easy? Write one proposal, you will understand. Just one proposal, you will understand. Okay, so let me hand over the microphone to Mr. Stewart to share a response to the 60 million naira. The mic, please, or do I give this to him? Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity once again. So I think I answered your question partly during my section, but maybe I will just throw more light. I talked about collaboration, and I said it's actually, for me, the game changer, right? And I will show you how it's done. If you walk up to a tech company and say you have this, you know how you guys bring it. You guys will say you have this idea that is about to change the world. And then you go with the second line that no one has done it in Africa, right? So if you're telling that to a tech company, why are you blaming them for charging you 16 million?
Exactly.
Right. The idea is simple. You come clean, and I'm going to explain that. So you can go ahead and say, we want to do this. And the mistake, again, is you saying you want to build it for you most times. Okay? That's a different ballgame entirely. But let's say you want to build it, and you know that you don't have that money. To actually create a solution is expensive, okay? Just imagine buying a domain, just hosting. Those things are not free. Those things are not free. But when you approach the tech company, you talk about partnership, and I said it when I was speaking, that just think about your wife, W-I-F-E. What's in for the tech company? As I speak to you, we've entered partnerships that as I'm talking to you, we have the product. We're begging for the people that came for the partnership to come and take the product. Right? And that's why at a point now, we want to know, how do you want to market it? And let me say this. I didn't say during my section. It's one thing to own a tech product. It's another thing to market it. The tech product is not the business itself. there is a business of tech. You must learn how to market the product. It's not just saying I have an app. You need to understand who your target market is. You need to understand what is called customer acquisition. You need to understand what's called customer retention. So you need to plan those things out. So if you meet a tech company, you can say, okay, I'm a farmer, I'm doing this. You talk about your track records. And this is what we want to do. I have a community of people already that are willing to buy. We can move them once we build the app and all of those. It's okay. There are different phases. This is what's going to be in for you. We want to move products. People are going to buy from there. So maybe we're going to take a commission of 200 Naira for every order. So for you as a company, once you're done, we launch it, you're getting maybe 25% from that commission. We keep 75%. Then you move on to say, okay, based on this, we don't have the money to pay, but then you can provide this maybe for the product designer, for the front-end developer, for the back-end developer, and all those things. Then again, ask the most important question. Apart from these things, what else is needed? There are people that don't know, for example, that if you're going to Play Store and you want to really create a business account, you need to get what is called the DUNS, D-U-N-S, right? That is what makes your business recognized globally. And in most cases, you have to pay as much as $500. That's not for the tech company to do. It's your product. It's the kind of thing you would do. You want to buy domain, you have to buy the domain. You have to pay for hosting, right? So if you get those details, then it's a whole lot easier for you to say, this is what I'm bringing on board. Most of them, too, they've been shaped based on experience. All right. So if you just come up and say you have this idea, they should build. No, it won't work like that. You have to show some level of commitment, show your track record with them, and then say, okay, this is what you're bringing. All right. I'm sure, you have a community of people. I've been dealing with 1,000 farmers, but now we want to move to this one. A whole lot easier. So they know that you're doing your own homework. Then again, show them a marketing plan. Because most techies you're going to approach, they're not so good when it comes to the business part of things. So you should be able to show them a marketing plan that this is how, in short, 2 months into development, this is what we're going to be doing, so that they know there is actually something in for them. Then another thing you can do is look out for existing platforms. Yes, look out for those who are already building. So you can ask the tech community, please, who is building anything in tech, about agriculture? We want to partner. And I will tell you, you might not see it on their faces, but when techies are building products, there is fear. The fear of, will they accept it? Will it work? So they are looking out for those in those spaces to come and provide. And that's why if you're going to pitch for investors, let's say you're building in health tech, a health tech product, you need someone at least from the health sector to be in your team so that they can be able to speak the language there for you to understand. So it's the same thing. You can say, okay, what are you building? I'm a farmer, I have this. Can we partner so that as you're launching, we'll be able to give you this and then we'll supply you this. There is a logistic product that I know, as I speak to you as of last week, another logistic company that wanted to build a similar app approached us. And before we could even finish talking, while we're trying to give him an example of that one, that was where the conversation ended. We shared contacts with the CEO of that company. He called and said, listen, we have bikes everywhere in Port Harcourt this. Can we partner with you? Let's be on your app instead and do this. For those guys, it's an advantage for them that they have enough bikes now to run with. For him, he doesn't have to spend whatever we wanted to charge him to build that product. And that's what I'm going to suggest to you. And then just to add to what you asked, sir, so there's something I would normally say that when we come to events like this, so the fact that I can maybe take a picture with him after the event doesn't mean we've actually networked, right? So networking is something very, very intentional. And it's also okay that anybody can give you their number. It's not a problem. But I think you network based on value, okay? So the option he gave is very fantastic. So even the organizers, you can say, don't even say you want to reach out to this person that spoke at the event. Go ahead and say, hey, talk to this person, I'm doing this. I'm just forward the message to him. The person can reach out and say, someone that attended the event wants to do, I promise you, that speaker will be the one to even tell him, just share my contact with him. As long as it's something that will have to do with value and business is a whole lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put the hands together for him. That's amazing. Amazing. For those of you who were very early, I had said that the greatest investment you need to make is where? Who was early? Is where? Yourself. Because everything else that will happen in your life is dependent on you, your capacity. Breaking news. 80% of the miracle you are looking for is dependent on you. 80%. Because even if God puts the miracle there, if you don't have the capacity to retain it, it will fade away. So the capacity to retain is left to you. It's not God. He can drop it, but retention depends on you. So 80% of everything is going to revolve around you. Relationships will come. How you manage them is going to be dependent on you. Let me paint a picture and then we'll go into the panel discussions. Joseph needed to get to the palace. But the fastest route to the palace was the prison. And the prison Joseph was kept in is where Pharaoh throws his servants when he's upset. You see, divine arrangement. So Pharaoh gets angry. The baker and the butler. Someone said they planned to kill Pharaoh. They wanted to know who. That's not in the Bible. I said someone said. But cut a long story short, the baker and the butler found themselves in the same prison with who? Joseph. And Joseph was in charge because he was made the next after who? The prison warder. Was too good. Now Joseph managed his relationship with the butler and the baker to the fact that he insisted to share with them whatever their pains were. And they opened up to Joseph, interpreted their dreams. It went the way he interpreted. Long story short, baker was hung. Butler was reinstated. Butler forgot Joseph until the day the king, Pharaoh, had a dream. Butler remembers Joseph and recommends Joseph to Pharaoh. Joseph was brought before Pharaoh. At that point, God has finished his work. What Joseph did in the palace that day was no longer God. It was the capacity that Joseph had built over time that made Joseph able to speak the language that the king will appreciate. And Joseph was so smart to say, look for a man that can manage this process. And the king said, even the olodos I have as necromancers and magicians could not as much as interpret it. Is it to manage it that they can do? You that understand the system, come and run the system. Now, at that point, you will be clapping, but that's not the point to clap. Let's imagine Joseph failed in his ability to manage the resources of Egypt. Think of what would be his fate. Do you know his fate? Pharaoh will hang him. Because Pharaoh doesn't take nonsense. Pharaoh will not hesitate to hang Joseph. But because Joseph had invested so much in himself, in his ability to manage, do you know, guys, that that dream of Pharaoh was the last dream Joseph interpreted in his life? So if he had not built capacity in management, the gift of dreams, interpreting dream, ended the day he spoke to Pharaoh. But he built capacity in managerial skills. That was what made Joseph relevant in Egypt. So please, as you are here today, build your capacity so much so that when opportunity shows up, you are the man to talk to. Are you hearing what I'm saying here? I'm not preaching, but I'm giving you basic facts of life. Because at the end of the day, it revolves around you. It's not your village people. You are your village people. The last I checked, you are part of that village. You hail from that village. So you too can be the village people. So make up your mind whether or not. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we're going to move to our panel conversations today. And may I quickly respond and invite our panelists to come quickly to join me up here on stage. And the first on my list for the panelists is none other than Mr. Bright Robert, the founder and CEO of Intellitech Technologies Limited. Let's put our hands together for him, please, as he comes forward. He was the first to even arrive. Let's clap for him for his punctuality. Please do take your seat. The second panelist for today is Aminigbo Paul, the tech lead of Havoc's Tech Hub. Let's put our hands together for Aminigbo, please. Because you're a tech enthusiast, sit on this side. I don't like to tech people sitting together. It's not always good. I don't like to tech people sitting together. Especially when they're on a panel like this. The next we have Barrister Obiavel Albert Abigo, the MD, Pork, Chicken, and Things. I love that name. Pork, Chicken, and Things. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Amazing. Just to take a head start, I like pork, you know. So we'll talk things after the meeting. Next on the lineup is Agbarakwe Uchechi, the MD CEO of UCAN Farms. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Yes, sir. And last but not the least, we have another amazing personality joining us for this panel discussion. And this time, I don't know if he's here yet, is the Dean of my institute, my alma mater, the Dean Student Affairs of the unique University of Port Harcourt. Oh, he just stepped out. Like left. Oh, my word. I should have been notified earlier when he was in. Nobody gave me sign. People should not put me on the spot. I saw no sign from nobody. If I did, I would respond to his sign. I read sign language too. But nobody gave me sign, sincerely. If you want to give me sign, come to where I will see you and give me sign. The dean just stepped out. Let's hope he comes back. But if not, we'll proceed. And if he comes, we'll give him a space to share a thing or two. My apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, we're stepping into these panel conversations, and I have two tech fellows here and an amazing food producers. You may help me put this down for the sake of the cameras. I don't want to appear too selfish. Okay, please come and sit here. I thought we had the prof available. Let me have one tech person and one farmer sit beside me, so you come and sit here, so that pork, chicken, and things can spread. All right, welcome to this amazing session. Thank you for being a part of us. Just a couple of things we want to talk about today in the course of this conversation. Please, let's get grinding. All right, first and foremost, I just want to, looking at the introduction, looking at what we have talked about from the beginning of today's session, tech. We've been doing a lot more on tech, so I'm going to start with the farmer. So many farmers record sales with pen and paper, just as some retail shopkeepers still use notebooks. This is a big challenge, okay? As a farmer, what process do you use currently to keep your records? And I would like to start with you, sir. And how are you open to adopting tech?
Okay. I am Abaraku Chechi by name, the CEO of UCAN Farms, Port Harcourt. And from the question, most records are kept, like, for instance, me, I have a book, a kind of, where I specialize in pork piggery. So at the pen, usually some certain amount or number of pigs are kept there. So I label the pen by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I know the number of pigs that are in each pen. And at the wall of that pen, if you look closely, that is personal. I book down the number there and I put date. So whenever I had to reshuffle them, and when I go home, I have a smaller book. When I go home, I will change it at my bigger book or ledger. And from there, in that book, you will see the ones we crossed, how many piglets they had. And I take those things from the farm to the house to record them.
So quickly, how open are you to tech, using tech to do your recording and all of that? Because what you shared with us now is a very cumbersome process. You take the record on site, you get back home, you have another book, you transfer. What if that book gets missing? What happens? Just hold that thought. Hold that thought, I'll come back to it. So how do you manage your records? Forgive me, guys, forgive me. It just happens spontaneously. Just push the button up there. It's also tech, everything is tech. There you go.
Hello, everyone. Well, I don't know how many, but I have so many apps for record keeping. Poetry Batch, Zuvi. There are so many things. But in all, that his book.
That age-old book.
That his book is very important. Why? People must input. I cannot use the app and go around my farm and it records what I have. You expect your workers to input. And the moment they make these mistakes as usual, you are gone. So in as much as we have those apps, we still hold our book under our breast pocket. To make sure we do our local records.
Okay. I'm still in shock because that's your book, like I asked. What if it gets missing?
What if our phone crashes?
So my tech enthusiast here wants to. It's getting interesting, guys. So please.
Good day, everybody. My name is Bright Roberts. I'm the co-founder, startup founder, and founder of different products. So my question is now, you have different books and different apps. Okay, different apps you're using. For this idea, you've come to understand that you have different apps. Why not come to an idea whereby you build your own apps? Okay, you have these ones, different apps, this section is for this one. Like when it comes to the banking sector, teller has their own interface, account manager have their own interface for your own product. Like let's say now this is your own idea now. You're saying, okay, I want to bring this product based on I'm a farmer. I'm bringing this product to the market. With your own idea now, you see now it now becomes a business for you. It now becomes a business for you. You're not interested in that, but for your own product. What will it cost? It won't cost you much.
Because already when I wake in the morning, I have headache. When I hear poetry, it's that.
Now you build it to a system.
So
you don't want to
leave my business after doing it.
Okay, so this is the point, yeah? This is the point, yeah? Let's get understanding. Let's stay back to focus. Both of them have agreed on one thing. That their almighty notebook is the heart of the business. That they cannot do without that book. He says he doesn't care about apps. He says he has so many apps. But cut the app down. That book is the 10th commandment of his business.
Can I say something?
Now my question is, how open are you to doing a migration from what you are doing currently and embracing tech to help make your work easier? In other words, tech is an enabler. That's what everybody needs to understand. Tech doesn't stand alone. Tech cannot stand alone. If you put tech on its own, it dies. It's there to help to drive something. So how open are you to transferring these records to a platform that is tech-enabled? Are you open to that?
I want to ask one question.
Please feel free. Not me. Two of them will answer.
Who managed that app or that tech? Who will manage it?
Okay, so help him. Who will manage that app?
You have another section inside your business. So now let's say for your son, let me use your son. Now you're saying that, okay, my son is a tech person. Ebuka, or this person manage this thing.
Okay. Oh, please. They need
Sorry.
let them check it.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, the mic was low.
Now you say, okay, Ebuka, manage this business. This your son is a tech person. Now, because he does everything for you. Yours is just like, okay, you come, you check, the app notify you when stock is going down, when this chicken is down, when this other one. Yours is just there. This business, this system is running.
Okay, so if I get him clearly, his worry is who is going to be doing the imputing of data in that app.
Let me respond to you.
Sorry, before you respond, let me invite Mr. Stewart to join us on this platform, please, because please join us. Join us. Thank you. Let's put our hands together, Mr. Stewart. So she's here. Okay, if I had known, two of you would have sat together. So that when he's beginning to vibrate, you'll be helping him to soften. So on that side, Stewart, when that man is vibrating, help him to soften. I can manage those people here. So let's go.
Okay. I have several experiences on this issue. And I concluded that the best manager is me. Now, some time ago, I bought an app from somebody. The man fixed that app into my laptop. So I have a key. I will go into that app and check the things there. But not knowing that, while doing that, I swear I have my notes. So over time, I forgot the password.
You see why I said the tech people should not sit together. You see what they are doing now? Can you see my dilemma?
Now, at some point in life, I employed a tech, somebody who managed my anything that has to do with finance and all that, keep records and all that. So my own job is to sell and just pay to the account there, and he will step it down. Over time, he never knew I kept record. Like if I'm saying 50 naira is coming to you, I book it down.
In the age-old notebook.
Yes.
That notebook.
So on one of the days, I just called him, Mike, come here. How much do we have? We've sold a lot of pigs, and I have the record. He was removing 2,000 from each piglet we sold. Because in my busy nature, as soon as I get to the farm, I can pull my clothes and just wear boxers and singlet. I will walk till night before I leave. And most times when I'm leaving, sometimes I forget my belt. And you can imagine that kind of thing. So when I called him, he never knew that why they were picking those products. I would just behave and go and tap it down somewhere.
In the note.
Yes.
Okay.
So when I now called him and I was questioning him, he was just flowing normal. I knew this was a trained criminal. He was just flowing, you know.
Please gather experiences. Gather experiences.
He never felt, because I have been suspecting him long ago, but I've never picked him and said, this is what he has done. So, when I now checked, my ledger was giving me a different number from what he's showing me. And I asked him, I have the phone number of these people. I made the sales. I will call them one by one and ask how much they paid. He said, okay. He went to that length. I put a call, put it on speaker. The woman explained. I said, how much do you write here? At that point, is to let him go. That was the first knock I had. I checked. I now went back to that because usually I don't check those books. Maybe once in 6 months, that's when I go and check the total. I now went back and saw that most of the food materials he wasn't buying them. He was augmenting. And in that, his records, he will put it normal.
Okay, so let's I get the point you're making. I believe you have something to share in that light. Okay, so talk to us about what you recommend in that situation.
Okay,
then we'll move on.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Aminibo. They said I'm the tech lead at Havox. We do a lot of things. We provide tech solutions to businesses like this. So when we hear about tech, most of us think it's one big something, right? But for businesses like this, I would want to recommend something. See, there are solutions, and there are targeted solutions, and there are targeted solutions that solves problems, right? We've built solution in the agro industry, but the solution we built is not a universal solution, even though it's in the agro industry, right? So what we don't get correctly is building. You said you have several apps. I can tell you that most of those builders or developers just sit in their desk, come up with designs, and build out of imagination. That is why it's, instead of solving a problem, it's becoming a problem to you, right? And when Mr. Stewart was speaking, he made mention of touching the grass. Most of us who are builders, developers, we don't go down to the field to know what the problem is.
So how do you solve this
So the problem is a targeted solution. Currently, we are pre-launching Invoicer. Invoicer is targeted to SMEs for inventory keeping. Like, we are solving the problem of real-time notification. So whenever there is a sale, even though you're busy to check your phone, you have a real-time notification on your phone. A sale just happened. You're not there. You're somewhere else. Because the idea of tech is to give you the leverage to run your business, not to focus on the technology. You're the manager. You go for business meetings, meet investors, go out for partnership. While the tech is there, making sure that you are not having shortages, making sure that your manager is not ripping you off. When there is a sale of 2,000 naira, he doesn't need to record. The tech is there to tell you that, okay, there is a sale of 2,000 naira. He cannot change the record. The same thing we are doing in the health industry. There is a point we got to uploading medical record. We got to a point that these doctors cannot change your record. We made it in a way that the way it is, that is how it's going to be. And, we did not change your traditional way of bookkeeping. Tech doesn't come to change our way of life. It makes
it's
it
just
better.
transfer that thing
Exactly.
to the
You can
platform.
still write. But then, when you forget to write, tech will not forget to notify you in real time.
Okay, so
the solution is targeted solution, targeted products, targeted solutions to your problem. Not just a generalized solution for the agro industry, but a targeted solution for people doing this kind of businesses.
Okay, so sorry, I'm one of those people in life. I believe in basics. I believe in basics. 2 + 2 is 4, all over the world. Right? When you talk rhetorics, So what you're saying is, sir, if you have that targeted solution, you impute the price of a piglet in that app, right? So if you sell 20, the unit price is already there. So all the guy needs to do is to put the number of sales made.
The guy does not.
And the app takes care of how much.
No, let me say something. That guy, that IT guy you brought, was the admin of that application. Was the one selling an application. Now, by default, what you were supposed to do that, you were supposed to be the admin. You're supposed to put all the entry, all the prices, and all those stuff.
I want you to understand this thing.
Then and you log him out. Then he now be the cashier. Then he sells. So whatever, anything he does.
Let me explain something to you. I'm coming here as a local farmer who doesn't know anything. All I know is breed the animal, sell the animal, buy food, continue, solve your family problem, etc.
You get what I say? We did get to basics. That's the point I'm making. So when you talk of all these admin, they are talking story.
Even when you're talking this admin, it scares me.
You see the point?
It scares me. Even the tech alone puts me off. Only the language. It makes me, I want to run away from here. But the topic is so unique. And
you have the mic.
Sir, can I answer?
Two of you will respond now.
Okay.
Stewart, share your thoughts to solve this problem. Now, listen. You see, my point here is this man is representing the generality of the farmers that are averse to tech. I'm not worried about this man. The way this man is, I know he knows he has too many apps already. He's confused on which one to use. So I'm not bothered. But this man represents 80% of our farmers. So let's solve the problem rather than talk rhetorics. So that's what we're here for. Both of you will take care of that. So over to you, Stewart.
Okay, so I was just telling him that you'd have just allowed me stay back there. I was enjoying myself. So I understand the concept of your books, your 7 books of Moses. I understand it's sacred to you people, right? Let me start from the problem you complained was not tech's fault. It was character problem.
Character defect.
Let's start like that first, right? So if we're here for Making Nigeria Conference, right? And I steal his phone, it is not Making Nigeria's fault, right?
Volume, please, on that
Sorry.
mic.
If we're here in Making Nigeria Conference, right? And I steal his phone, it is not Making Nigeria's fault.
Yeah.
It is my character problem.
I hope you are checking your phone right now. By default.
Okay. So during my presentation, one of the things I demanded from people as farmers is to be open for digital literacy, right? Experiences can make you actually reject solutions to a problem. So we can decide to just live with a problem just because of certain experiences.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what he was saying in essence is, you can download an app that says, oh, manage your farm. But you did not bother to say you're looking for an app that you can use to manage your pig farm. The processes involved is different from that of a normal chicken poultry or something like that, or a fish farm, right? So you're getting something targeted to what you're doing. That's one. Number 2 is that you need to ask a lot of questions. The fact that you're asking questions about tech does not mean you're dull. It is not your area. You're a farmer. That is your strength. So the things you know there, I do not know. Right? So the same way I don't know those things, I won't consider myself as a dull person. So the fact that I don't know things in tech doesn't make you dull. And that's why you should ask questions. How do I do this? Simple. You have 10 pigs. I sell 2. How many is supposed to remain? 8. Any app that cannot actually give you that in real time, to tell you first that we brought in 10 pigs first. If you travel to London, you know if I come back, we're supposed to have 10 pigs. So if I'm seeing only 1 remaining, it means that you've sold 9. It's that simple. Hold on. You can't tell me that you've sold 7, right? So is that just that simple that you're putting those basic things that you know that normal? If you find out that the app did not take what is happening offline and bring it online, it is not for you. Hold on. He said something. He said tech is an enabler. For those of us that are using Jumia, if you enter Jumia, Jumia will show you all the products. You select what you want. That's what happens when you step into Hypercity. You can walk through and see the product you want, put it in the cart, the trawler, take it down to the attendant there and make payment. Is that same process on e-commerce, right? So you don't just say because they say it's an app. No, you ask yourself first, the process that app is going through, is it the way you normally do it offline? That's the first thing. Nobody is imposing it on you. Tech is supposed to solve a problem, right? So the fact that someone cheated you at a certain point, whatever, was not the problem of tech itself. It was a character problem. If you understand that, then you can open up a little bit to start. The right question you should be asking now will be, I am doing this. How is tech supposed to help me do that? I'm recording this. How is tech supposed to help me record that? If you find out that that tech solution can solve exactly the problem you have, then it makes a whole lot of sense. Then finally on it, most products give you opportunity to say, do a trial. 1 month, 2 months. So it's the same thing. This product, he mentioned about Invoicer. Invoicer is still testing. And in short, the lead developer, the director for Build We Have, was just posted something on Facebook while I was there. They've had 100 unique users. The last user is from Pakistan. Yet they are assessing. When they launched, it was just Naira. He checked the analytics and found out that we had people from Zimbabwe and others using the app. In 2 days, he had to make it so that everybody, any currency can work. So you ask them, oh, can we try it for at least 1 month? Right? Then you try it and see. And make sure that you're getting real-time feedback. Tech should report to you.
Okay, let her respond. You want to share something, and then we'll move on quickly. We're short of time.
Okay, it's working now. Good afternoon, sir. Okay, so I want to ask you one question. What do you want
Now,
for your farm? What is success for your farm?
you know, in my years of farming, I have cut across several people, several offers, and so lot. So now I ask you, what do you want in this deal? What do you want? Sir? Yes. Sir? Yes. You said, what does the company want? What will you do for the company? What
partnership?
Yes.
What's the problem that you're facing in your farm?
For now, you are the one telling me I have the problem of recording.
Okay. So that's the thing.
So,
sir, I think the laughter is just clear. I asked the question.
Yes.
Because if you don't want the technology, there's no amount of solution we'll provide that you would implement. You'd still always find a problem with it. Hold on. That's one.
Okay.
Secondly, there's no tech that is 100%. If they were, we wouldn't have updates. We wouldn't have upgrades. Do you understand? Now, when technology comes to you, you, the user, are even the one that tells us how we should update it. That's why when products are created, we give them first to the users. So use this, give us feedback. There's no person who is building a product that would not tell you, please give us feedback. Whether they have 1 million users or they have 1 user, give us feedback. What can we do better? What should we change? So if you wanted this tech, what would happen would be, this thing is not like this. Please change it. It's supposed to work like this for me. You are actually the designer of the product. We are the ones putting the codes together to make it suit your own need. So if we don't know the need that you have, or if you don't even want it, there is no solution we'll give to you that would work.
Okay, Mr. Scala, let me put it in context. I see the problem clearly. And I see the bias on the two sides. I see the bias on the tech space. I see the bias on the farmer's side. The farmer is saying, I have tried this thing and I expected it not to allow anyone cheat me, but I got cheated. I hear the tech guy say, you did not discuss exactly what you expected. And so you were given a random or generic platform to run with or app. But I think that the solution here is the fact that it comes back to what Mr. Stewart said in his presentation. There is a dearth in knowledge. There is no understanding. The gap is there. This man wants something that would relieve him of that burden of having to write everything every time.
No.
Hold on, wait.
He just said that.
No, wait, I'm coming.
We're the ones telling him he has a problem.
No. Before he had to get someone to put it on his laptop, it meant that he wanted a solution, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had. So his problem now is, I did that thing. 1, I lost the password. That is a problem on the one hand. 2, I made sales. My guy had a character defect and cheated me by removing 2K. Now, 2 problems exist. 1, if I forget the password, how do I generate an alternative password? He wasn't educated. He wasn't told what to do, right? He wasn't told what to do. So it was frustrating for him. 2, if I make a sale, how am I supposed to impute that sale on my own end as an admin? So rather than use the word admin for him, in the course of educating him, was he told that there is a section that only you have access to, that you can operate, that guy will not even know? So when you conclude the sale, just go to that site, put the amount, and allow him to put the number of sales. He cannot manipulate it once you know this other part. He was not educated. He didn't get that feedback. If he was educated, that there is a section that only him can see, that other guy cannot see. And when he imputes the value of the piglets he's selling, whatever that guy like, let him do. That value is his own. He's the only one that will see the original value. It's still there in the system. This problem would not have existed. So it brings us to one thing, which is what you alluded to in your presentation. Educating the customer. That is a missing link I see here. Because let me take it in context, but out of this conversation. Someone has a bank app. One operator is in Turkey. I'm telling you, real life scenario. An organization I belong to. The principal person is in Nigeria. The finance person is in Turkey. The Turkey guy who's the finance person attempted to use a different device. So he locked him out. They've been struggling with that app for 4 months. Not knowing that each time he goes back to his original device to impute, it will send OTP to the guy in Nigeria who is the principal person. And this guy in Nigeria is receiving OTP because he didn't initiate any transaction. He's assuming they are scamming him. So he ignores it. And this has gone on for 4 months. And so they cannot transact on that account as we speak. Until last week, they now had a conversation. So what do we do? Because the bank they were supposed to go to caught fire. Lagos, I don't want to mention the bank. We all know the bank that building caught fire. That was the bank. They were to go and rectify the issue. One person is in Turkey, one is in Nigeria. Because they now had a conversation, they now said, let's try it again and see so that we'll know how to solve the problem when we get to the bank. That guy initiated the transaction. He got OTP immediately. So he asked him, did you initiate transaction? He said, I just did. He said, I just saw OTP. He said, bring it, let me try it. As he imputed the OTP, the app opened. Transaction was able to. Now, using that, these are 2 very educated people struggling for 4 months. How much more a farmer? Are we getting the context now?
Sorry.
So I will throw a second question so we don't overdwell on this. I believe the context is clear. How do we make application software affordable for SMEs? I know you answered that question, but bringing it in context, this guy makes maybe 100K on sales and all that. An average tailor makes maybe 50K on average, but they need application that will make their life easier. How? The question I'm raising or the previous one? DJ, help us, please. The sound we need.
It keeps, thank you. I don't think it's an application problem.
Okay, so
I think it's a communication problem. It's a
Perfect.
people problem. No,
your issue.
Not just you. When I say
even
communication,
it's a communication problem.
I mean
they didn't educate you. It's not you.
No,
them.
even the education is not supposed to be
And you
one
did not
off.
ask questions.
They're supposed no. Don't blame don't blame the user. Don't blame the user. Actually,
They didn't educate you well.
I get, but don't blame the user.
No.
It's not your fault. No, hold on, sir. It's not
There's
your
something I
fault.
want to point out for you.
There's supposed to be a relationship.
Yes.
There's something I want to point out for you is
Yes.
that because when coming to educate me, instead of coming down
To your level.
to my level,
They wore tie and
They
suit.
wore tie.
and suit. So I'm suspecting them.
Tech guys, you need to take this feedback. You guys, you need to
Tech
take
guys, it's
you
not
need
even
to take
tech
this
guys.
feedback.
It's market. See, it's
Well,
not
I
even
said
tech
that with
guys.
their big coat and ties.
Sir?
I said these are the men.
You need to take this
Sir,
feedback.
it's not even tech guys because tech guys will come to you with t-shirt and jeans. It's not tech guys. It was the business
Even on their
guys.
language.
Okay, so the thing is this. Now, this is why I say it's a communication problem. Really, in building products, it's not supposed to be one-off. There's supposed to be somebody a place where you can just chat
My
and say,
apologies.
oh,
we are
I
not
need
leaving
help
you out.
on
You,
this
you don't
thing.
have this problem, obviously.
There's supposed to be a place where you can say, oh, I need help on this thing. Just like then, whenever we opening banks, they used to give us an account officer, right?
Yeah.
Every customer, every user is supposed to have sort of like an officer, a chat person, a life agent. Oh, how do I do this? And then they show you how to do it. It's supposed to be a relationship.
That's correct.
That's the thing. What we're having now is that we build these products and sell them like they are supposed to replace the relationship.
And walk away.
That's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a relationship. It's supposed to be say, Oga, if you need any help, chat me on this. And then the person who's behind the customer is trained to answer those questions. And if they can't answer the questions, they take it up to someone else who can provide that answer to you. So I think it's a relationship and communication problem, not even really about the technology itself.
Okay, so for me, there's a big take home here. The take home for me is that the gap is not tech or the farmer, it's communication. It's communication. Perception is driven. If you have the right communication put out, well, experience is not really it. You see, even the experience, if the right form of communication is utilized, there's an appreciation of whatever you are selling out. You see, that's why product acceptance is a function of communication. Without holding brief for any particular company, permit me to use this example. Are we live? We're live. I can't use that example because I'll be doing free marketing and they didn't sponsor this program. So let me say a company, right, instead of just pushing their products out, decided to create a system that will make people engage and interact. So they designed their product such that and put it on campuses for freshmen. You can't open the bottle alone. I don't want to mention, you get where I'm going. You need another person to bring his bottle and lock with your own and open it together. So the idea was that they wanted to ignite communication because freshmen suffer from isolation. When you get on campus as a freshman, we all had that problem. You are just loafing about. You don't even know how to start a conversation. But if I bring my bottle and you bring yours, and you help me, I help you, and we open, definitely we are going to strike a conversation. And what's your name? Oh, thank you for helping me. Conversation starts. Now, because there is a conversation starter, it now began to build relationships. So the missing link in all of these that I see is that communication is critical. And then I'm going to also reach out to the convener. Thank God we have an institute, the African Institute of Public Speaking and Communication Excellence, which is one of the things we thrive in. Because we discover that everything you do in life, if communication is missing, you lose everything. Even between a father and a son. If you miss that aspect of the right communication, it's over. So this man does not hate tech, but they didn't communicate at his level. They were up there, highfalutin suit, jacket, right? This man is telling you, my peak, this is what I understand. And they didn't come to his level. Very important. This man, on the other hand, what is his problem? They introduced him to so many apps. And he has looked at the veracity of the apps and said to himself, let me go back to the 7th book of Moses and stay with it. So the question begging for answer is, we need to, again, communicate effectively at the level of the customer. Every customer is unique, and this is very important. So I'm going to allow our convener to share some experience in this light, and then we'll take the next speaker.
Thank you. You see, guys, we are laughing, but this thing that is happening here is not funny. I have heard this thing. This thing that is happening here is the reason for this conference. Is the reason. So now, I made a statement at the beginning. I said the new must join with the old for us to eat, right? So now, tech people, you people are new and they are old. So the problem now is that there has to be communication. They are not understanding you. The old, I will advise, change. Change is imminent. You have to open up your mind and you have to give them a chance. And tech, you guys have to You have to come down. They are not illiterate. They are graduates, but they are looking at you and the way you are coming. You know what it means that there is fear. That tech now, I can say, give me your phone, let me do something, and you transfer all my money. So, yes, so there is that thing is there for you to realize. Let me just use construction, and maybe that will give, if you're in construction. There's one, the first thing that project manager of one project were doing, went to a rural area. As we got there, first of all, the guy changed to a dirty jeans and wore safety boots. And as soon as we got into that place, he just went to one local. If you see the place where he went to eat, he said they should give him lawyer and give him this. And I was wondering, I know this man. Why are you doing this? I know that this is somebody that will come back and go to presidential to go and eat. He said that in itself just brought him down to the community level. Oh, yes. And what he didn't know is that, what we didn't know was that place was the king's wife's joint. So, and we were going to meet the king to tell him that we're coming for a project. So that, no matter what we were saying, and you bring wine and bring all those things. So when you go and meet these farmers, you have to come in such a way that, the way Nigeria is, we suspect ourselves. And you now come with that suit, and you now come with those, you are just pressing that gadget, pressing it, you're just pressing laptop, you are doing this. The man is looking, counting that I have suffered to make this 100 million, and you want to come and take it. You see, guys, the old, the new, or the old must accept the new. And the only way they will accept it is if you're able to communicate and come down to their level. Please, we need to solve these things for the farmers, and because this is the only way of what I've been preaching, that food can get to us faster and cheaper. Because with this that they can do for you, they can take away some overhead that will make the price of your products go down, and which is not only go down and move faster. So this is what we need in this. We must get this. I was laughing because I knew that this was our problem. So you see these tech guys and farmers, if we don't get this thing, we'll extend this thing another 1 week. We must live here with a solution. Thank you.
So guys, you see, I'm getting all excited here because I understand the dynamics of what is happening here. If we fix this, which I know we can, all right? And I like practicals. I don't like too many stories. So this is what we do, yeah? You have experimented something that didn't work. I'm going to, with the permission of the convener, I'm going to hand you over to two people, right? You see this man? That's why I say I will hand him over to you, because I know you already have something up your sleeves. You see this man? Building whatever that will help you, this man will give you an offer. You see this woman? Anything that has to do with saving your money and making sure that your transaction from end to end is sorted, that's the person you need. Now, this is what I will do. You see me? You see this our Oga? If you have any doubt, suspicion, tell us. Because you may not feel free to tell them the way you are reacting. Are you getting what I'm saying here? But if you tell him, you tell us. We know the way to bridge that communication gap and make sure that there's a level playing ground. So after this, let's connect before you leave. He will make an offer. And then we also, this man's case is plethora of apps. So we need to get to something specific. Okay, beautiful. So you already have an offer that's coming. So we're going to make this offer right here and now so that we have a take home. This is not a talk shop. The former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, I don't know how many of you saw that clip, actually walked out on a conference in anger, vehemently. And what his statement was is that we have talked too much in this country. We just come, we talk, we do talk shop, we do conference, we talk. This make in Nigeria is not one of those talk shops. We're going to get a solution here and now. So I'm handing mic over to Mr. Stewart for an offer.
Okay, so with the permission of my tech lead, so we will have a conversation with you from now till the end of the week to understand what you do, right? We're already in September and we'll have projects at hand. We're going to build you a solution, right? We're not asking for anything. We'll build you a solution. We'll test with you. Once you confirm it's okay, we'll hand it over to the convener and he will give it to you. But you need to make us 2 commitments. Number 1 commitment is that you're going to be here making Nigeria next year.
Yes, I allude to that.
You're going to be here making Nigeria next year to show if we actually gave you that solution. Hold on. And to show if it is now working.
Solving your problem.
For you. Number 2 solution is that if we meet all the problems you say you're currently having in your solution, in your farm, that you will use the solution and not abandon it for our 7th book of Moses.
Please respond.
I want to thank you very much. And when you are talking to me, don't look at me personal. Look at farmers in general.
No, you are the best case.
So I would want to plead for something. Let it not mean that it's only me that saw it. My brother will be included.
No, sure. I was coming to that. You took it out of my mouth.
Yes. Okay, see, the reason why we're making it to you, it's simple. Like I told you when I was responding to you, it's true communication was a problem. The communication was not just from the tech guys. When I was speaking, you saw I was attacking the tech guys, despite the fact that it was my space, because I knew what the problem is. But again, for you guys, the farmers, there'll be need for you guys to ask the right questions. I keep saying that. The problem wasn't even if they came with suit. That was not your problem. The problem is that you got enticed with the fact that they wore suit and fell for it. You believe that because they wore suit, they were bringing all your solution.
No.
No, hold on. If you asked the right kind of question, those challenges you had, that's what you'd have asked. Please, if this person sell this thing, will I see it? Let me give you an example. We're deploying a product for a real estate company, right? We went there. We asked them, how does your realtor sell? How much is their percentage? Who accepts realtors? You as the CEO, how do you monitor? He has his own admin that if you buy a property now, he's going to get notification when you make payment. The realtors have their dashboard where they're going to see their commission. The realtors does not have the right to go and remove how many plots a client buys, right? So there are restrictions for each user on a particular product. So if you ask those questions, you will know if what they were bringing was for you. But that's by the way. So why we're using you is that we want to show an example that if we can communicate and you tell us what your problem means, then that the tech guys will be able to build the solution that for what you're doing. Because during my session, I said there's a difference between building a solution and solving a problem. You accepted a solution that was not solving your problem.
All right. Sorry, adding to the offer, right? If we build this specific solution for you, it works for you, and you use it for 1 year, we'll come back here next year. We're going to make this solution open for every farmer who attends this conference for next year, free of charge, free for life. It's just take it and go, free of charge.
Are you not clapping?
Okay. Now we are heading towards tech, right? And solutions are coming up. And I want you, in this design you want to make for me, please, try as much as possible to make it as simpler as possible. And again, you are introducing a product to me. Already you know I'm scared of you. Because I am the one who has the hand. And you're coming to me. try as much as possible not to look complex in any form. When I mean in any form, both in your dressing, both in your, because there are some things you will tell me a direct shot. I will now know that this man is smart. Because I'm in the village. Most times I don't even wear clothes. And I see somebody wearing a well-ironed clothes coming to me to tell me to buy his idea and abandon mine. So, sometimes, just reality, people call me for conference. But because of the rigorous in registering in that conference, I don't go. Because sometimes you might write, they just speak one big grammar, send you back. You go front, you come back, you go front.
You see, this is it. This is the point. I've said this thing over and over again. Well, I'll give the feedback to the convener, my experience this morning. I'll give it to you directly so we can work on it. These things are very critical. You may think that is nothing, but this is it. The way you appear when you are going to certain clients matter. When you are going to the big boys, go and hire SUV and go. It will raise your profile. It will make you bid high and they will accept it. But when you are going to the farmer, in fact, don't hire machine, enter Okada, don't hire, stay for the back, make they drive you. Wear nika, wear palms. And the palms where you go wear should not be a designer palms. Wear normal regular palms. And go there, no tie, no expensive t-shirts. Of what? The price of the app. No. See, that's the point. Let me tell you. Listen to this. Acceptance is what makes any man give you an offer or accept your offer. If I don't accept you, speak all the grammar, I won't even listen to you. I won't even give you access. I won't allow you sell. Acceptance is everything. Now, I have someone who asked me to come and host an event for him as an MC. You know what the man said? Come to my house by 7 a.m. You will drive in my car. I am mobile, I have a car. I said, 6:30, sir, I'll be at your gates. 6:30, I was at his gate. He took me in his car. We had a long conversation. Other deals came out. Later on, I got to discover the man wanted to test my personality while riding with him. What was he looking for? Acceptance. Is this someone I can trust? Is this someone I can work with? Is this someone I can do long-term deals with? What is his personality? That's the reason he said, come ride in my car. I would have told him, sir, I'm mobile, I'll drive behind you. End of story. And he would say, no problem. But that deal would have ended with that one event. Are you following what I'm saying? So let us understand, communication is both verbal and what? Non-verbal. Breaking news. 83% is non-verbal. What you say is only 7%. Go and think about that for a moment. So while you are speaking highfalutin, the guy is looking at you. Your body language, your dressing, your disposition, your every 83% is what is going to take decision on. Everything you are saying is only 7%. 7. Spoken. 93. I beg your pardon. 93 is non-verbal, and non-verbal have different components. Yeah? But what you say is only 7%. So a lot of times you say you are talking, people are just looking at you. They've decided. Before you even start talking, they made up their mind. They just allow you take the space to talk. When you finish, they say it's okay, it's fine. Just one, please. After that, we'll move to the panel, to the next presenter. I know this is a heated one, but my job is to regulate. My job is to regulate. I'm just going to take 2 input because our third speaker needs to talk to us now, and we still have another panel session. All right, I'm going to take from Dr. Greatman and then the chief there. Don't worry, we'll create time for it. Just be patient with us. Let's get the mic to them, please. Ushers, can you quickly help us with the microphone and just come to... Yeah, that's the first hand here, quickly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm Greatman, and I'm a language consultant. Okay, so I want to make my input. You know, I have a grandmom, and she likes going to the bank. I drive her to the bank. And one time I told her, why don't you have a bank app? Or maybe an ATM card? And she says, so that they will steal my money. And then at the long run, sometime maybe she's sick or something happens. And I tell her, look, this is the reason why you need this app. So I said, let me simplify it for you. We'll go to the bank. I'll download your bank app on my phone. Okay? I'll help you transact. So whenever you want to do a transaction, and because she trusts me, so I can do her transactions for her.
Acceptance.
Now, for the past 5 to 7 years, we've not gone to the bank again. In fact, some days ago, I drove past the bank and I was like, how long ago we came here? So I think one of the first things we need to look at is these farmers accepting. And like he's speaking, he's not speaking for himself. He's speaking for the vast majority that are not even here. It's beyond just communication, but that's a major part of it. You have to understand his processes. Now, if he's unable to communicate his problems exactly the way they are to you, then let's borrow from psychology. That is a part of observation.
Yeah.
If you truly want to create a solution for these guys, you will go out of your tech space. You will do what you said in practicality. You will touch the grass. And touching the grass is not a one-day thing. You may need to touch the grass for a week. Be in his space. Take a back seat and observe what happens. You realize that he also has HR problems. Onboarding, he brought a staff with character default. That's not practically a thing of communication or money. That's what HR should have solved for him. So when you want to provide a solution for him, your solution must be holistic.
That.
It must be all-encompassing. Walking from his gate to when that customer leaves his farm. You know that when you walk into his gate, he will need staff. How does he onboard those staff? That must be part of the solutions you will incorporate. You also realize that, I think CCTV is part of tech.
Yes, it is.
So you must also promote monitoring for him. Tell him that, look, on your farm, even when you are not there, there's this process that if you have a CCTV camera, if the CCTV is installed in your farm, right from your church, when you are attending midweek service, you can see what is going on in your farm. You are keeping his mind. You are making him calm now. So you are bringing a tech solution that's all-encompassing. And at the end of the day, he trusts you and he wants to do business with you. Then you go on to the issues of tech can help you do a lot, sir. If you are selling 1 pig in a day, I know pigs are expensive. I'm not a fan of pork, but I know pigs are expensive. Now, if you are selling 1 pig in a day, tech is diversified. Tech does not live in isolation like we've been told. Tech has the capacity to upscale your sales very well. So there's this, I will not call any name like he said, we're not going to give a free advert to anybody, but they've already advertised themselves. There's this company in the telecommunication space that did an advert. I just saw that advert a few days ago. They said data for everybody, and data also included the farmer. So what happened was that there was a farmer who was overwhelmed. He had harvested his yams and they were all on the floor in front of him. And somebody walks up to him and says, don't stress, data can help you. And he's asking how. He takes a picture of the produce, uploads it to an agri-commerce space. Somebody says, I want all the yams. Now that farmer would have taken 1 week probably to sell all those tubers of yam. But he did that sales using tech enablement within just a few minutes. So tech has a lot to do for you and the majority of farmers in this hall. So don't be scared of tech. Like my grandmother, I think you should calm down a bit too and understand that they are not here to scam you, but they are here to make things better and easier for you. And then you must be able to come to their level of observing. A man will say the quality of a man is in the quality of his questions.
Yeah.
Sometimes, let me tell you, I may know everything I want to say, but I may not know the exact words to express myself with.
Yeah.
So you may not get the nitty-gritty of my problem. But if you come down to my space and observe. So I think, convener, thank you so much, sir, for this conference. Tech has to interact and romance with agriculture. And the only way that can happen is if our techies can go to their space, go and touch the grass, like Oga said. Touch it for 1 week. Observe this man, how he sells pig for 1 week, how he's training them, and everything he's doing. Then you will see how exactly you can affect his business with the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a hand over there. And after that, we'll break into the next speaker, please. If we have more time after the next speaker, we'll touch on this again. I promise. But let's work with the time we have.
My name is Reverend Peters. I just want to chip in just one simple thing. Now, when you say the person will be looking at you, how you dressed, it's in two ways. There are some persons that when you get to their space and the way and manner you dress, if it is shabby, they look you down. That this man, nothing in shabby. I see as in dress. So it's in two ways. The most important is the psychological clue that you have to observe, if you can observe properly. Because it's not only one way thing. You might dress properly and go to a person. He will say, you are, as our brother have said, you are influencing him. But there are some persons that is dressed shabbily and go to them. They will also look at you as you don't know what you are doing. So it's in two ways. How you observe is the most important thing.
Thank you. Thank you. I know we understand the concepts of dressing, as it were. Just a quick one. If you read Making It Big by Femi Otedola, there's an interesting story there of a young man who drove an old Passat to go and negotiate a deal that should have been up to $1 million. But when he appeared, Femi said he saw him, saw the car, he knew the guy was struggling. At the end of the day, that deal was closed at 500,000 naira. That was a deal that was worth 900 and something thousand. Why? He said the moment he saw the guy, he knew the guy was struggling, he knew the guy would accept whatever offer he puts on the table. And he gave the guy a 400,000 offer. The guy pleaded for 500. He agreed. Because the guy was struggling, he did the job. It wasn't a question of skill. The guy had the skill. The guy came recommended, so he was good. Now, so when we say dressing and appearance, like he said, it goes both ways, but you need to know where you are going to and what applies to where you are going to. You can't be going to the village to meet a farmer and you are dressed all decked up. Bro, that farmer will suspect you. There's no two ways about it. You can't be going to a business executive and then you are dressing shabby. He's going to kick you out of his office, no matter how good you are. Because one, he will even pass security. He doesn't even want to identify with someone that looks like that. There is a way that people want to identify certain people, personality they want to identify with. It's very important. So I think on that note, we're going to put our hands together for all of our panelists and say thank you, and thank you. You better take your seats. Thank you very much. And congratulations. You fought your way to getting what you were looking for. All right, it's been an engaging one. I believe in solutions, and I've always stood for that. And we have been able to, through this panel discussion, get a solution, which is what the fusion is about. And today we've successfully been able to have tech fuse with farmers, and we are seeing the results in the course of this conference. So thank you very much, everyone. We're going to have the next speaker come share his thoughts with us. And this time around, our third speaker flew in from all the way from the United States of America. And he will be talking to us on a very interesting topic, which is the leadership lens. Ladies and gentlemen, may I quickly introduce to us our next speaker. He is a successful entrepreneur. He's an author and a thought leader. He's a life coach and a leadership mentor. He is the founder of a thriving handyman and construction company in Washington State, United States of America. and has built a reputation for empowering individuals and organizations to unlock their full potential. He speaks to audiences in the United States and internationally on personal, professional, and financial development with a message rooted in timeless values and practical wisdom. For our speaker, real success means helping others achieve success in every area of life to the glory of God. Beyond business, he is actively involved in his local church and community alongside his wife, Christine, in Bellevue, Washington. Together, they minister, equipping people to live purpose-driven lives by applying godly principles, especially in areas such as leadership, finances, and personal growth. As a leadership mentor and life coach, he continues to inspire countless individuals to rise above limitations, to embrace excellence, and build lives of impact that transcend borders. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to announce and introduce to you our third speaker, Mr. Philip Britton. Put your hands together to welcome our speaker to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. That's hot. How y'all doing? Was that panel discussion amazing? You guys encouraged by that? Wow, what an awesome deal. Can you guys put the slides up? And let me open my notes. All right, good afternoon. First, let me say thank you to the convener, Mr. Uche Onochi. Can we put our hands together for this amazing gentleman? What an incredible event. 15 years he has given blood, sweat, and tears into this project because he cares so deeply about you. That is the heart of a leader. He has the leadership lens that I want to talk about today. And this is something that's pretty dear to my heart, is learning how to put on the right lens. First, let me start by saying that it is a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to come and support my friend and support you and meet some of you. I'm looking forward to that. I brought some great materials. This should be a fun event. And hopefully we can come away, we can learn something, and really empower each other to move forward in what we have today. All right. Do I have the clicker? There we go. Is this going to work? There we go. So the topic I want to talk about today is the leadership lens. There's huge importance in putting on the right lens as we go about our lives. The 4 basic lenses that we can put on, I want to quickly go through, and then we'll get to the heart of it. There we go. Let me stand to the side so you can read that. First off, we've got the victim lens. This is where a lot of people start out, is I can't do it. We see circumstances, there's obstacles, things happen, I can't do it. It's so-and-so's fault, I can't make this work, I can't do this, I've got this obstacle, I've got this problem, so-and-so can't help me. We start out with this victim lens, but how can we turn our eyes toward putting on a follower lens? We can take that next step, take the victim lens off, we can put on a follower lens and say, you know what, there's a little bit better way. What if we said, well, maybe I can get some help. Maybe I see where the crowd's going and I don't want to get left behind. So I'll kind of go with the crowd. I don't want to be the outcast. I don't want to be the guy on the out. I don't want to be noticed. I don't want to stick out like a sore thumb. I want to just go with the crowd. I'll just go where they're going. I'm going to do what they're doing because that's what everybody's doing. But how many know that if you do what everybody else is doing, you're going to get what everybody else is getting? Now we know that's not necessarily a good thing, right? So how do we go from a follower lens to putting on the performer lens? And I think this is the thing that separates those who are not here from those of you who are here. Congratulations for being here, because I think everybody in this room has at least the performer lens or the leadership lens. That's why you're here. You're the performer. You're the one that says, you know what? They're not going to do it. I don't want to go with the crowd. I see a problem. I'm going to go find a solution. I'm going to go out. I'm going to step out. If it's going to be done, I'm going to do it. If it's to be, it's up to me. I'm going to go work hard. I'm going to go grind. I'm going to go do it. I will get it done. The only problem with that is that if it's all on you, what happens when there's a sickness or you can't work? You physically can't work. Everything crashes because it's all on your shoulders, right? How can we then put on a leadership lens and say, we can do it together? And that's what this whole event is about, right? How can we come together and combine tech and agriculture to move forward and produce change and do it together? How can we bond that, right? That's the goal of this event, yes? There are two different lenses that we can wear. There's four different lenses. Two things you need to know about them is that there are different lenses and that you do have a choice. And no matter what circumstance you're in, no matter where you're at, no matter what you're doing, you have a choice in every circumstance, every relationship. You have a choice to view it through a victim lens or a performer lens or a follower lens. And hopefully you can take the step into putting on the leadership lens so that you can have a better result in life. You can choose the lens that you want to wear. So as we get started with the leadership lens, we're going to talk about the first three perspectives climbing the legacy ladder. Do we want to leave a legacy? Anybody? Or do you want whatever you're doing to die with you? In order to achieve that, we put on that leadership lens. We take that step. How do we do that? There's three basic perspectives that you have to go into life with. The first one is a change perspective. And the reality is that it happens. It's unavoidable. Change is happening. And that's what this whole event is about. How do we take hold of that change? How do we realize that what we have, how can we pull that change and change with the times? Change is a given. It's a constant. I cannot read my note. There's an old saying, do occurs, if I can paraphrase that. Some of you will get that in a minute. Character perspective. People have to know that they can count on you, that they can trust you. You have to build trust. How do you do that? How do you build that trust in yourself and in other people? It starts with simple Simple things. If you can't trust yourself, how are you going to trust other people? How are other people going to trust you? Simple things like if you are going to show up at a meeting and you say, yeah, I'll be there at 6:30. Let's plan on 6:30. I'll be there. Okay, great. 7 o'clock rolls around, you're still not there. That doesn't really build good trust. If that becomes a habit, you're not showing up at meetings on time, you're not doing what you said you would do, it's not a good way to build trust. If you set an alarm in the morning and you want to be up at 7 o'clock, if you hit the snooze button and you don't get up at 7, you're telling your subconscious that you can't be trusted. Then your subconscious knows that you're not a man of your word. You're not a woman of your word because you said you were going to get up at 7. But then what happens if you decide, okay, alarm goes off at 7 o'clock, I'm going to get up at 7, you get up at 7. Now suddenly your subconscious says, I can be trusted with myself. And suddenly you get a little hit that says, okay, let's start putting some wins together. Let's start adding to the trust of myself so that I can trust myself. Others then will trust me as well. Simple things, keeping appointments, being where you say you will be when you want to be there. Follow through on commitments to self first, and then follow through on your commitments to others. This is so huge, so important. Knowing where you're going to be, telling other people that you're going to be somewhere, and then following through on that is so important. Never, ever make it a habit to break those commitments. You can build trust, and it can be destroyed in a moment by just making the wrong decisions, right? But if you build trust with yourself and you build trust with other people, you start to build a reputation. You start to build that subconscious. You begin to climb that leadership level, the leadership ladder, because you're able to trust yourself. Other people can trust you. Along that process, the gentleman that was up here, the communication issue, dealing with people at any moment, it all boils down to treating every single human being with love and respect. Every interaction, everybody you talk to, every circumstance, every sale you're trying to make, treat every single human being with love and respect. Good communication is a good start with that. Not getting angry, not getting frustrated because you can't get the right answers, right? But if we can stay calm in the situations that frustrate us, if we can say, you know what, we have a miscommunication here. There's a problem here. How can we solve it? How can we come together? How can we figure out solutions like we just did up here? Principles over preferences, always. Your principles are your core, even if it costs you something. That's one of the things I love about Uche. He gives and gives and gives. His principles are solid. Even if it costs him, he's going to do what's right, even if it hurts himself. That's a man of character. That's a man I can trust. And that's a large part of the reason why I'm here. Has to be part of your core. What's right comes first. You build that part of your character. There we go. You build that part of your character. It's an absolute foundational piece. You can't miss that piece on your way up the success ladder. If you do, I can pretty much guarantee you're going to fall off that ladder, or you won't climb very high. The next big perspective is priorities. Having your priorities right. How many times have you thought about what you're thinking about? Have you really taken the time to process and think about your actual priorities in life, whether they're spiritual, whether it's family, your work, your friends, your other circumstances, whatever it is in your area of work or thought process? What are your priorities? There's a story about having putting big rocks first. Does anybody know this analogy? If I take a jar and my priorities, all the things that happen through the day, let's say there's some sand, there's some water, we got some pebbles, all the things that happen through the day. We start pouring that in the jar, but I haven't purposely scheduled time to do the things that are my top priorities. Spend time with the Lord, read my Bible, go to church, spend time with my wife, my kids. Those are top priorities for me. If I don't schedule those things and put them in my jar first, then if I go through the day and I'm pouring all, the emails come up and all the text messages and WhatsApp and my phone's ringing off the hook and all the busyness that goes through the day, and before I know it, all the water, all the sand, all the little pebbles fill the jar, and there's no room for the big rocks, because my jar is already full. But if I take and I put the priorities in first, I schedule the priorities first, then I can put the next larger rock in. I can put the big rocks, then the little pebbles. Then I can start pouring some sand in. Then I can start filling it with water. And next thing you know, suddenly I have a much larger capacity. I can do more because I scheduled the important things first. Does that make sense? So use a calendar, schedule the big rocks first, prioritize. Take some time to sit down with your business partners. What are your priorities in business? What are the priorities for your company? What are the priorities for your family? What are your personal priorities? Do this with every single area of your life, and suddenly you'll begin to find that things start moving better. You'll find that you have a bigger capacity than you thought. For me, it's my spiritual life comes first, my family, and then my vocation. What is it for you? So looking at these first three, change, character, priorities, you have these perspectives in line first. And if those are the only three you get, if this is all you come away with today, that will change your life. This moves us into the growth cycle. Plan, do, check, adjust. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is where you have your meat and potatoes. This is the protein. This is the good stuff here. The growth cycle, PDCA, plan, do, check, adjust. You start doing this with every area of your life, at home, at work, with your friends, no matter what it is. Put a plan together. Where is it we want to go? What do you want to accomplish? What is the dream? What is the goal? What is the thing that we want to put together? I need better results in this friendship. I need better results in this business. I need to hit X dollar sales. I need to have so much Naira coming in every month. How do I get there? Let's put a plan in place. A lot of people do this. They plan all the time. But it's this next one, the do part. A lot of people they'll put a plan in place, but they don't actually put the plan in action. They don't get to the do part. But then you've got a whole nother section of people that do. They just do. What are you doing today? Same thing I did yesterday. What are you going to do tomorrow? What I did today. How about the next day? Well, I'll just keep doing. I'm doing it. Congratulations. You're going to be a doer. I'm just doing. A lot of people have not 30 years experience in a job or a career, but instead they have 1 year's experience 30 times because they don't go through this plan, do, check, adjust. They don't put this process in order. So they spend 30, 40, 50 years in a career and they wonder why they're not getting ahead. They wonder why they can't seem to just get ahead. Why am I stuck? Well, it's because you're stuck on the do or the plan. It's the check piece that stumbles a lot of people. Put a plan in place, you start doing the plan. Now you have to check the plan. Is the plan working? Is the relationship getting better? Are we hitting our target goals? Are we actually acquiring the product that we need? Are we able to get the supplies that we need? Are we experiencing the growth that we need to? Is the plan working? If it's not, we have to adjust, right? So now you've got a plan. You do the plan. You check the plan. You make adjustments and you put a new plan in place. Now, okay, we've got a new plan. Let's take the steps. Now let's start doing the new plan. Then we're going to check that plan. We're going to adjust that plan. Now, if you start putting this into action in every area of your life, your marriage, your friendships, your work, imagine if you start rotating this every week in every area of your life. How much further along can you be in a year? You think you might have better success in a year putting this in place? So let's move on to number 5. There we go. Attitude. This is a big one. How many know somebody whose attitude isn't awesome when they're at work or when they get home from work? You have to develop an attitude that says, I will until. Whatever happens, whatever's going on, I will get it done. I will rotate the plan, do, check, adjust. I will get it done. I will figure it out until it works. The reality is that life will knock you down. Do you have the will to get back up? I love these 2 quotes. Success is going from failure to failure with a good attitude. Can you go from failure to failure with a good attitude? Or does failure get you down? Because the reality is that success does not happen without failure. I was just having this conversation with somebody else yesterday. Failure is the stepping stones to success. You cannot succeed without having failure after failure after failure after failure. And every single person that has succeeded largely will tell you, I failed more than I succeeded. But you know what the good news is? You can get back up. Patton said, I don't measure a man's success by how high he climbs, but by how far he bounces when he hits bottom. Do you get back up on the horse when it kicks you off? When you get your teeth knocked out and you're all bloodied and beaten and you feel like it's the end, I'm done. business is gone. When you're in that spot, when you've hit absolute rock bottom, what do you do? Do you have the courage to get back up, to start again, to try again, to learn from your mistakes and take a step forward and say, you know what? I'm going to learn something through this. I'm going to figure this out. I don't know what happened over here, but I'm going to find a lesson in this. I'm going to figure out what happened. I'm going to put a new plan in place, and we're going to try it again. Not a whole lot of people have the guts to do that. If you look at guys like Tiger Woods or John Elway or Michael Jordan or any of the greatest in any field, they might be down. Let's take Tiger Woods, for instance. How many times was he down? So many strokes. Was his attitude ever, oh, I'm down 9 strokes. That was a terrible, that was just horrible. I'm not going to succeed at this. No, he goes into it and says, you know what? I might be down, but they are not going to get me. This round's mine. And he'll swing. And he'll come back. But he goes into it with the attitude that says, I may be down, but I'm going to kick their ever-loving tails. I'm going to win this thing. That's the kind of attitude you have to go into it with. John Elway, same thing. Denver Broncos. How many times did he throw a Hail Mary with 2 seconds left on the clock, hoping that his receiver will catch the ball and win the game? And he went into the huddle before the snap and he said, you know what? We might be down, but we're going to win this thing. How many times did he win the game? Because he had the attitude of a winner. And of course, the other team is always saying, oh no, why does it have to be Elway? We've still got 30 seconds on the clock, 2 seconds on the clock, whatever it is. And they know that because it's Elway that they're going up against, Elway's going to throw a bomb and they're going to lose the game because Elway's going to throw a bomb. Why did I have to go up against that guy? He's a winner. That's the attitude that we have to have. Michael Jordan, same thing. How many times did he shoot that last game-winning shot at the buzzer? Did he make them all, though? Nope. Did Elway win every game that he threw that bomb? Nope. Did Tiger Woods win every match when he was down? Nope. But you know what? They had the attitude of a winner, and they ended up winning so much more than if they didn't have that attitude. Everybody seen the movie Miracle about the 1980 Olympic U.S. hockey team? Has anybody seen that movie? So Herb Brooks played hockey. Then he started coaching hockey. And he took the U.S. hockey team to the Olympics in 1980. He had a team of individuals who had great talent. They were amazing, talented, great talented players. And he brought them together and he figured out who needed to be on the team, who doesn't need to be on the team, get the right people on the bus, right? And he took this group of kids and he took them to the Olympics and he taught them how to be a team. Instead of playing individually, he taught them how to come together. Instead of, hey, I'm so-and-so, I play for this school. I'm so-and-so, I play for this school. No, I'm so-and-so, I play for the United States of America. He brought these kids together and they went up against the Russians. And he says, 9 times out of 10, these Russians are bigger, they're badder, they're better. 9 times out of 10, they are going to beat us, but not tonight. That's the attitude of a winner. That's the attitude that we have to go into every area of life with. Life will beat you down. But do you have the attitude to get up and say, you know what? Life, I'm going to kick your butt. I'm going at it. I'm going to win this thing. You will not beat me. Delayed gratification. This is a tough one. Man, we have so emphasized the immediate. We live in this microwave society, instant this, instant that, instant popcorn, instant potatoes, instant microwave meals, instant everything. We want it now. We don't want to wait. But there's this thing, being a lot of agriculture in the room, you guys understand the concept of seed time and harvest, right? So if I plant asparagus, is it by any possible means that I'm going to get oranges? What if I plant apples? Can I get asparagus? Not going to happen. One, you have to plant the right seed. Number two, you have to feed, fertilize, water. You have to care for it, and then you have to wait for it to germinate. You have to wait for it to grow. And then once it's ripe, then you can pick it. Then you can harvest it. Agriculture understands delayed gratification more so than I think the rest of society. We have to learn how to wait to get the things that we want rather than going out and just buying what we want now. If we save the money, then we can get a better thing down the road and pay cash for it while everybody else is going into debt for it. In the US, that's even more so than here, I think. Yeah? Work ethic is another big piece of this. A lot of younger people today, the younger generations think everything should be given to them, handed to them on a silver platter, that they don't have to work for it. But the reality is you're going to have to work for it. If you want some things in life, you're going to have to put in some work. It requires work ethic. You know, we have all the sayings around fast food. Have it your way. Get it now, pay later. Everything just is so fast, so immediate. We want it now. We want it our way. We want it so immediate. But we have to learn how to slow down and say, okay, do I really need it? Or is it just a want? Does this need, if I really need it, do I need it now or do I need it next week? And is this need going to help me get to where I want to go? Does purchasing this thing or obtaining this, does it help me grow my business? Does it help me grow my family? Does it help me in the direction that I want to go? Does it help me climb the ladder? If not, probably not time for that. There's a Chinese bamboo. Is anybody familiar with that? This particular type of bamboo, when you plant it, you have to water it, you have to care for it every single day for 4 to 5 years before you even see the tiniest growth. Nothing is happening above the surface. Everything is happening below the surface where you can't see it for 4 to 5 years. Painstakingly watering it every single day. But then in year 5, something amazing happens. It shoots up 80 to 90 feet in just a matter of weeks. our lives, our businesses, our ventures, whatever we're doing are very similar to that. You put in the work. I always like to say it's the internal victories precede the external victories. It starts here, and it starts here. And most of the time, you see these people run around, you say, wow, look at how successful they are. Well, they've got it all. They've got all the money. I want to be like them. And you idolize these people, and you don't realize that their overnight success took 25 years of working here and here. You only see the recent, but you didn't see all the blood, sweat, tears, sleepless nights, all of the failures that went into making that overnight success. So having delayed gratification, working your tail off, it will come. Success has no choice when you continue and you persist. Running the PDCA and things we've been talking about, it has to show up. So next we move into the significance perspectives. This is where it gets tough. Because for a lot, this next piece, having a servant spirit, going to, as tech people, for instance, going to the farmers and saying, how can I serve you? Rather than, how can I sell you my thing? How can I sell you my solution? You know, he talked about, well, you're just going to get me, right? But if we come with a servant heart saying, hey, how can I serve you? How can I add value to you more than what you're going to pay me for? How can I better your life? How can I find the solution for you that fits your needs? I like to say being a Paul to a Timothy. Adding value to and training someone below you, but then also being a Timothy to a Paul. Being teachable, being able to learn from someone else, having some humility, being able to come and say, how can I serve you? How can I help you? How can we work at this together? Do you care about helping others succeed before you see your own success? That's a challenge. Are you willing to delay personal gain for team gain? Do you want to see your team, your company, your business win above winning for yourself? Are you willing to put the team goal ahead of your own? That starts in the heart. It all starts in the heart. Are you willing to serve and pass recognition on to those under you? It's amazing how much can be done when you don't care who gets the recognition. Think about that for a sec. Do you want the recognition? Or do you want to give the recognition to someone else? How important is that for you? Do you have that need for validation? Or do you have the need to validate others? There's an old saying that says, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. If you, as tech and agriculture coming together, when you know how much the other person cares, you're a lot more receptive to what they have to offer on both sides. Because it does go both ways, right? Leaders are servants, not dictators. Just because you're the boss doesn't mean you get to dictate. The boss, the leader, should be the first one to say, hey, how can I help? How can I look after my employees? How can I look after the people under me? How can I look after my employees? How can I look after everybody else around me? Oftentimes it's the boss who pays everyone first before taking the paycheck. I won't take a paycheck. I'll make sure everybody else is paid first. That's how it should be. This one's probably one of my favorite. Being a talent scout. I love this. It doesn't matter what group, it doesn't matter what situation. I mean, I'm always looking for something good that I can call out and speak to in an individual. There's always something in every conversation, in every communication, every sales gathering, every business meeting. There's always something that I can look at an individual and say, wow, you are really good at this. Wow, you have a really awesome look at this. You've got a great perspective. You've got a great attitude. Being a talent scout, looking for the good in every single person and calling it out. Looking at people's skills and their abilities, the things that they're good at, and saying, okay, this is great. You're great here. You do a fabulous job with this. How do we get you in the right role? How do we get you in the right position? How do we get you on the bus and then get you in the right seat on the bus? I'm weak in some areas, but if you've got skills and abilities that cover my weakness, I want you right here. Because if your good skills can cover my bad ones, we're better together. As a business, as a marriage, as whatever it is, any relationship. Helping others work in their strengths. Finding their strength and calling it out and putting them in positions where they can utilize those strengths. Where they can better those strengths. Give them opportunities to go gain understanding and teaching for those strengths. If you can get them to other seminars where they can learn and grow. Get them to trainings. If you've got a group of employees, invest in them. Somebody has a particular desire or skill or ability. You want to help them grow as an individual. Give them opportunities to succeed. Give them opportunities to grow. Give them opportunities to challenge themselves, to push themselves further. Becoming the biggest cheerleader for anyone on my team. I want to cheer you on so that you can go succeed. How rare is that? To have someone actually encourage you and speak good into your life. When was the last time you had somebody actually encourage you? I think we all need a lot more of that, don't we? Don't we? So if I know I need it and you know you need it, then maybe you should do it for others as well. Yeah? Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Let's do it together. Right? This is the leadership mindset. This is let's do it together. Whatever's going to happen, we're better together. Greatness occurs when talented individuals merge their individual skills toward a common, united goal and purpose. If you can find a way to unite your team, or like Uche is doing with this, if we can find a way to unite tech and agro, the whole country is better off. Both industries are better off. Your families are better off. Right? What can we accomplish together as a team when we put aside our individual ego for team ego? So let me end with simply encouraging you to choose today to take off the victim lens, take off the follower lens, and I dare say take off the performer lens. Throw them away. Put on a leadership lens. And let's go change our legacy.
Yes, you can do that better. Amazing. Tell someone, take off the victim lens. I literally took it off. Now put on the leadership lens. Tell someone, put on the leadership lens. It all falls and rises on leadership. You know, some of the things we are talking about, if people begin to take leadership, things will definitely be better. Am I right? Talk about the person that was removing 2,000. That's because he felt it's not his business. But when people take leadership and say, and take ownership, things will definitely be better. We have seen billionaires born from trust, integrity. You know, we have seen people giving goods and they didn't pay a dime. The trust was there, they delivered. And today, some of them are billionaires. So we can learn a whole lot. Talk about principles, things to do, ideas, tech. But if we don't have trust, if people can't trust us, then it's going to be a major issue. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause one more time for Mr. Philip Britton.
Philip has two books. At the end of the conference, he will be at the exhibition. In front of the exhibition, he's going to be seated there. So he has these books. He has a couple of things, and that you can meet him and buy these books. These are books that can change your life and your mindset. So he will be downstairs, and we'll be there, and we can whatever. If you're interested, you can just walk up to him. He's there, and we can tell you the price and whatever downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And of course, remember, like they do say, readers are what? Readers are what? There is something Mr. Philip said I would like to reiterate very, very quickly. And it's something I would like, if you didn't take note of anything, please do take note of that. And that's about the growth cycle. Do you remember? P, D, C. So P stands for what? Good. Then D stands for what? Exactly. Then C stands for what? Then A stands for what? A stands for what? Adjust. So you must plan. You must do what you have planned. You must check. Then you must adjust. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, very quickly, we'll go straight to another thing we have on the list today, and that's the exhibitors pitch. And we have a couple of our exhibitors here today, and they will come here to speak to us very quickly on what their company does. So please, they just have 3 minutes to do that. I would like to call immediately the persons representing the Airtel brand. Please, if you are here, please a round of applause for them as they come. Please, you have 3 minutes. Are they here? Immediately after Airtel, we have Success Haven Group. If the Airtel brand are not here, Success Haven Group, are they here? Are they here? Okay, they are here. Please, a round of applause for them as they come to take the mic. Please, you have 3 minutes. Please, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, please also get ready immediately after them.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karis, and I'm representing the Success Haven Group. I'd like to say a big thank you to all the anchors and panelists of the previous sessions. It's been amazing. And I'll be standing on all existing protocol. There's a man called Mr. Frank, and Mr. Frank is into agriculture. He didn't have any land left over for him as inheritance, but he had a big agricultural project to take on. So he needed to acquire a large expanse of land. That left him with a challenge because it's a lot of money to put in the wrong hands. So Mr. Frank is scared he could buy the wrong land. He could buy from the wrong person. A lot of things could go wrong. Like Mr. Frank, a lot of people in Nigeria have the same challenge of acquiring hassle-free land for their agricultural projects and building projects and whatever project. At Success Haven Group, we don't just sell land. We're experts and we're experienced in securing hassle-free land and landed properties. So that is what we really sell, security. You can buy land anywhere, you'll be in court in the next 2 years. See, but we offer you land that is just land. You know, we have a popular phrase, we don't just sell you a piece of land, we give you peace of mind. So at Success Haven, this is the core of what we do. We provide hassle-free land. So if you're an individual looking to have a project, no matter what the scale, or you're a member of a body or a government group, and you want to empower people, because I believe this conference is about empowering people through agriculture. For a long time, we've been oil-minded in our country. Everybody wants to go where the oil is, oil company, and overlooking the importance of agriculture. So if you're interested in your personal project or empowering young people through agriculture on any scale, you need a partner. You need someone who knows the in and out of acquiring hassle-free land. Success Haven Group is that partner for you. So we have our booth is booth number 24 downstairs at the exhibition hall. And we'll be more than glad to take any questions you have or any inquiries, and we can partner with you and walk you through the success of your project. And just in case you're sitting here and you're thinking, well, I don't have any money to buy any land, I don't have any project, of that sort, there is money sitting in your contact list. There's money sitting in your network. There's a popular saying, your network is your net worth. You have people who have the money, but they don't know someone they trust enough to make that deal with. And we have amazing opportunities for you. We're just asking you to help them solve that problem. They trust you already. You meet us, you will get to trust us when you meet us. And you get a commission for helping them solve that problem. Thank you so much. We'll be expecting you in booth 24.
So you have heard that, booth 24. So if you need a piece of land that will give you peace of mind and that will not land you into trouble, Success Haven Group is your surest plug. Please, a round of applause one more time for them. So I also like to call on the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Are they here? The Nigerian Export Promotion Council, are they here? Okay, I don't know if the Airtel Group are ready for us. Are they ready? Okay. Do we have the Glosonto company? Are they here? Glosonto, I just hope I got the pronunciation correct. Are they here? They are here. Okay. Do we have the Centered Room? The Centered Room? The Centered Room, are they here? Okay. The Centered Room are not here too. Okay, they are not in the room. So do we have the General's Apparel? Are they here? The General's Apparel, are they here? Okay. Someone just stood up to signal me. Glosonto is here. Please, a round of applause for them as they come and take the mic. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Dear Pastor Uche, for this opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity, sir. We are very, very grateful. And my name is Glory Tochukwu. I represent Glosonto Company. We are into production of organic oil, body organic oil, and our products are coconut oil, cold pressed coconut oil, carrot oil, turmeric oil, and lemon oil. We also have avocado oil. So these products, they're 100% natural. We don't adulterate our products, and they're very, very safe for skin. They're good for newborn, new babies, mothers, and it fades away stretch marks, and it's very good for the skin. Like carrot oil is for body toning. Naturally, it does not bleach. And we also have turmeric oil for body toning. All these products are available at supermarkets and cosmetic shops. So we have them all over everyday supermarkets in Nigeria. We also have them at Market Square all over Nigeria, Prince Mega, Next Time Supermarket, and Whitechurch Supermarket, and other supermarkets around River State. So we look forward to having distributors. So if you're interested to be one of our distributors, so feel free to meet us at stand C45. The name of our company is Glosonto Company. So these products, they're all NAFDAC approved and well barcoded. So if you are interested to be one of our distributors, please feel free to meet us there, and whatever information you need, we will make it available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So if you don't patronize them, you can become a distributor, right? Thank you very much for that. Okay, so please, do we have the Nakupenda Technologies here for their own exhibition? Okay, they are here. Please, a round of applause for them as they come. Please remember that the Glosonto, their stand is C45, right? So please, let's try and patronize them.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, the convener, for giving me this opportunity to speak here. I'm more of a person that thinks. I'm not so much of a public speaker, so pardon me if I don't speak very well. However, I think over the couple of years, I've observed certain problems in our society, and chief of them have been how we relate with each other, how we communicate, and how we see ourselves. And so one of my experiences, I've had a lot of stories, but it was TikTok that actually gave me the real insight. So when I knew about TikTok, I opened my account and I started posting a few things. Somehow my post was not going viral. So I felt maybe I didn't get it right, so I just left it. And then after a couple of years, I started noticing that we had a lot of divorce cases where relationships were breaking apart. I could see stories on social media, marriage of a week, a marriage of 1 month, maybe 1 year. One even happened to my friend. Personally, I witnessed that a friend got married and within a year, his marriage was over. And so I posted something on TikTok and I talked about, painful experience that people have in relationship. And all of a sudden, that post started gaining a lot of traction. So people were commenting. I was like, what happened? How about other things I've been posting? So I now noticed that people relate very much with posts that has to do with pain. So when you talk about broken marriages or relationships, you begin to see a lot of persons reacting to it. So it means a lot of persons have some form of pains that they have felt, and people don't really have like a space sometimes to communicate these things. Or sometimes they really feel that maybe if I say it, people are going to laugh at me. And so I thought about it. Maybe we should create a platform where people are able to express themselves. People are able to talk about their pains. And maybe we could find other people who feel the same way. They might want to come and offer a solution based on their experiences and all of that. But I also looked at it. Some years ago, I started a campaign like that where I wanted people to talk about their pains or share their smiles. And I noticed that after a while, it didn't just have that traction. So I felt, okay, why not just create a whole social media platform where people can have a space to discuss. And then apart from that, we can change how social media actually works. We can change how we relate with people and how businesses operate. Just give it something different, something that has the African feeling inside of it. And then we created Nakupenda. Nakupenda actually means I love you. It's a Swahili word. And sometimes people tell me, why don't you use a Nigerian word? I say, it's African, so we don't have to segregate. So we're Africans. And of course, we really know that we've done a lot of work in Nakupenda that is going to allow businesses to enjoy. And of course, if you know, social media is a big business. Last year alone, a company made about $69 billion. And most of that money went just to the partners and the company. However, in Nakupenda, what we want to do is everyday user, whether you're telling your story, whether you're trying to create relationships, we have created that space for you to do that very fantastically. And then while you are doing so, we are able to share the commonwealth of the billions of dollars that flow through the network of social media with our everyday users. I may not have much time to talk about all the things that we do, the fantastic features, but if you come down to the booth just at the back of the exhibition center, you'll find Nakupenda booth there. Please relate with us. We are going to give you more details about what Nakupenda is all about. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So in case you are in a lot, going through a lot, or coming back from a lot, Nakupenda Technologies is for you. Or maybe it's not you, it can be your friend or your family member. Please do tell them about Nakupenda. Please, a round of applause for him one more time. I think that's a brilliant idea, honestly. Okay, so still on the Exhibitors brand, do we have Den of Value Global Solutions? Are they here? Oh, please. A round of applause for them as they come. Please, let's do it better.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Okay, my name is Hope Amadi, and I'm a representative of Den of Value Global Solution. So first of all, I'd like to appreciate the organizers and also the convener. God bless you, sir. I really appreciate the fact that you give us this opportunity to be here and also talk about our product and all that. Okay, Den of Value Global Solution is actually a health maintenance organization. We actually go to places to talk to people about their health, what they can do to be healthy, and also what they abstain from also to be healthy. Because we've discovered that the life expectancy of man has reduced drastically. I mean, if you look at the obituary pictures on the road today, you'll see 40, 50, 60, unlike olden days that people live up to 100 or something years. But the painful part of it is you say 40, the right celebration of life, 60, celebration of life. But my great-grandfather died at the age of 103. So that's why we go around like this and talk to people about their health. And aside that too, we have adequate supplements that can actually help you for any health issues. We have supplements for your prostate as a man. We discovered that man has prostate. Women don't have prostate. And the prostate tend to enlarge once a man clock 30 years. From 30 years and above as a man, your prostate tend to enlarge from 2.5 to 5 point, thereabout. And as a man, if you don't do anything about your prostate, it can actually lead to prostate cancer. And aside that, to get to a point that as a man, you'll be able to urinate through your penile organ. So you start using catheter and all that. So we have products for that. And also we have products for high blood pressure, women who are, and also men who are suffering from high blood pressure. Okay, we have products that can actually normalize that. And I must say this, that the reason why we deal on supplements is because we discovered that drugs have side effects, if you agree with me on that. All drugs have side effects. And we advise elderly people, aged people, to do supplements, not to go for drugs. I'm sorry to say this, because we discovered that drugs have side effects. And not just that, drugs only stop the alarm of a problem, doesn't stop the root cause of the alarm. So that's why we deal on this supplements. Supplements are natural. And aside that too, we have supplements for, I've talked about high blood pressure. And not just that too, we also give advice on food, the type of food you're supposed to eat. Because we discovered that majority of the sickness people are suffering from today is as a result of what they consume, what they eat. If I did the word death is spelled D-E-A-T-H, isn't it? If you circle the first letter D and the last letter H, what you have is eat. So what you eat can cause you to be healthy, and also what you eat can cause you to die young. So we also give advice on what you can eat based on your blood group too. And if you do that, of course you'll be healthy. And aside that too, we deal on organic fertilizer, super grow for farmers. For farmers, we have a fertilizer, an organic fertilizer that can actually help you grow your produce and also your farm. Your fishing, if you have a poultry, can actually help you with it. And also, we have a machine too called a quantum resonance magnetic analyzer. It's a machine that can actually help you diagnose your organs. I must say this, that most persons from January last year to today, they have not gone to hospital to check their health status. Am I right or wrong? So this is an opportunity for you to know your health status. At least know how your liver is. If you know it, nothing will happen to you. Know how your kidney is, please. Know how your eyes, you can see, yes, but just check it first. Know how your intestine. Also, as a man, please know how your prostate is. I must say this, there are some sicknesses that are symptomatic. They don't have signs, they don't have symptoms until you go for medical checkup. That's when you will know. And I must say this, that according to our research, we discovered that sicknesses would have been solved if people were able to attend it and also detect it on time. I don't know if I'm communicating. So please use this ample opportunity to know your health status. And also, if you have any question concerning fibroid as a woman, prostate, anything, please, you can confide in us and we have answers to your questions. Thank you very much. We have a stand downstairs, opposite, I think, or behind the arrow. I can't actually, the number, I can't get the number now. So just downstairs. And I'm right here. So if you have any question, if you want to see us, we are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So please, let's try and locate their stand. I love it actually, from health to agriculture. That's beautiful. Okay, still on the exhibitors brand, we have Empole Insurance Limited here. Empole Insurance Limited. They are here. Please, let's do it better for them as they come. Immediately after that, Memo Family Care, if they are here as well, they should get ready. And the ginger herbal extract, also get ready as well. Please, it's 3 minutes. Please don't exceed your time.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Precious Okere. I want to really appreciate the organizers of this program. It's been enriching. Thank you once again. Still standing on the existing protocol, I represent Empole Life Assurance. Okay? So, Empole is a financial institution. Empole is a financial institution. Empole was former Old Mutual Nigeria. We rebranded to Empole last year, August. Okay, and we are into life and non-life transactions, as it were. So, but I'm going to talk basically on life. Okay? Please, the media, can you move the slide? Okay, like I said, who are we? We are Empole, and we empower people financially. Our vision is to become the leading insurance company in Africa. And then we have our purpose also. We want to empower everyone. And how do we achieve that? By helping you to acquire properties, acquire land, send your child to good schools, helping you to have a disciplined savings, as it were, helping you to plan for your retirement. So I'm going to, because of time, I'll just go into our products. We have a product. Let me start from the investment arm of our products. We have some products that are really, really very interesting. Okay, they're products that while you're saving, you still have life cover. Life cover in case of eventuality. So I'm going to start from a product we call an endowment product. Endowment product, it is a three-part payment product. How do I mean? For instance, you're looking at a goal for 6 years. For instance, also, let's assume you want to save up to 50 million naira in 6 years. So it's a three-part payment. How does it work? We give you 25% of that 50 million naira after 2 years. The next 2 years, we give you 25% of the 50 million. Then the last 2 years, you take the 100%, which is the 50 million, plus a 15% interest. And it has a life cover. In case of eventuality, after you have taken the first, the second, and eventuality occurs, we still pay the 50 million naira. So it's an awesome product. You're saving and you're taking periodically from your sum assured. So that's one of the products we have. It can go for 6 years. It can also go for 3 years. So for 3 years, you take after the first 1 year, 25%, second 1 year, 25%, and then the last 1 year, you take the 50 million plus a 10% bonus. So it's a beautiful way to invest. Then we have other products. We have a 1 year plan where you just put lump sum for a year. It's just a period of 1 year, and you take 9% on it. That's 1 year, minimum of 1.2, and there is no maximum. Then we have 5 years plan also. We call it 2 pocket savings, where you save, it's 2 pockets. You have the first 80% and then the second 20%. You can actually access your 20% after a while without charges. So that's on the investment. And we have 2 years plan also, where you save periodically as you want. You choose your frequency as you want. Then we have the life policies, policies like term life, as the name suggests, is for a period of time. One could say it can also serve as will, the term life. One could say, oh, I don't have a landed property for my family, I don't have investment, but I need to keep a will for them. So you can go for 200 million, 500 million, and say, oh, if eventuality occurs, pay my beneficiary so amount of money. So it has a quote, and then it's a function of your age and the duration. Then we give you the premium to pay. Then we have what we call family plan also. The family plan also, as the name suggests, it can go for couples, husband and wife, still the same life policy. You take it for life. Eventuality occurs, we pay the sum assured. Then we have education plan also, though some of our savings plans can also go for education plan, where you save for a period of time for your child's education. You could keep it for 5 years, 10 years. You could roll over as you want because you want the best for your child. So you go for child's education also. Then we also have a risk for child education, where you say, oh, I love this child. What about a situation where I'm not there? Who takes care of this child? So you can take an EPP, we call it Education Protection Plan, where if eventuality occurs, we pay the sum assured. We also have personal accident, where product you can take, if eventuality occurs, we pay. So these are just a few of the products we have. I would like to stop here because of our time. Our stand is at C53. Yes, C53. That's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Savings, Save Life Insurance is an assurance. Please do visit their stand. Okay, we also still have the Mema Family Care. Are they here? Please, a round of applause for them as they come. I think that's the last.
Good evening, everyone. So first off, I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity, and thank you for giving me your time and your ears to listen to what MEMA can do. Okay, so first off, my name is Esther, and I studied computer engineering in the university. When you study something different, but you have passion for something different. I am a director at MEMA Family Care. So let me just give you a little bit of my journey. So back in 2016, I realized that I have passion to make things, create things with my hands, things that are handicraft. I started with makeup, I started with tying hair time. I feel like the average Nigerian always have things to always do when they are growing up or starting up. And that was also my story. So I had to do liquid soap, but then something happened. When I got into making custard, it was different. And all these skills I was building, I actually had customers, but for this custard, it was a different experience. Something stood out for me. The customers kept on saying, this tasted different, oh, this one tastes different, this is exceptional, I can't take it alone. Your 3-in-1 is actually 3-in-1. And those are the feedbacks that, kept me pushing. And from my father's little kitchen to having to find the space before we now had to have a big factory where we produce this and send it across Nigeria. So in MEMA Family Care, this is not the only thing we do. we make liquid soap, we make laundry soap, and all of that. But this is our hero product. This is one product that had pushed out the name to a lot more people. Just like maybe any other brand, they always have a product that makes them stand out. And these are our hero products. This is the 3-in-1 Mema custard. It is the best custard you've ever tasted. This is fortified with vitamins. It is fortified, has calcium, has iron. How do I know? Because it is NAFDAC approved. So if you don't believe me because you don't know me, at least believe NAFDAC, because they have taken this thing to the lab and have proved that it has all the vitamins to keep you healthy. So beyond its great taste, we are more about impact. How can we give back? So let's have a win-win, because this is Nigeria. We want everyone to be healthy, at least to the people that we are able to reach. So for the impact, we've been able to create job opportunities directly with our own staffs and indirectly to the people that supply us with the raw materials, because we are also keeping them in business, our logistic partners. So we've been able to supply this to some states here in Nigeria, but we hope to do so much more. We've been able to go to Lagos, Port Harcourt, Cross River, and we base in Akwa Ibom. But we really want to come to Port Harcourt and the entire 36 states and go around the globe. So, and yeah, we were able to also ship this to some of the Nigerians in the diaspora in UK and in Australia for now. So apart from this, we sometimes still in trying to create impact, we are able to give this to some of the motherless babies' homes that actually don't have things to eat, educate, do trainings that actually educate people on healthy living and go to schools. I remember having to take this to my alma mater, my secondary school. I felt so proud that a Nigerian can actually do something this beautiful, not just beautiful, but this nutritious. This is one thing that I can tell you, is that this product is nutritious and it is healthy. When it comes to breakfast or anything, in fact, let me ask a quick question. Have you ever run out of your house very early in the morning without taking breakfast because you do not have time? Yes. So this is like a quick fix for you. Because if you've come to our stand, which I invite everyone to, you will see that we can tell you, oh, just wait, let's do it for you. And in less than 3 minutes, this is ready. So you can have it for your kids, and it is very healthy. You can have it for your kids, your mom, your dad, whoever can actually take it. Currently, we are looking for partners, distributors, investors that can share this vision with us. We're actually looking to give families here in Nigeria, first off, affordable and healthy meals. This food, like this, one of it currently costs 160 naira from the company. Even till the last distributor, let's say they bought, you can't have it less than 300 naira, no matter what. But we're trying to tell you that with 500 naira, your breakfast is secured. So can we echo it? When I say 500 naira, you say your breakfast is secured. With 500 naira, yes, so that's what I'm saying. So we are inviting you to our booth, just in case you've not tested this yet. It's the booth 17 behind the arrow. Yes. So you see us there. We're looking for partners, distributors, investors. We want to take this round the globe. But first off, invest in the different states we have here in Nigeria. And yes, I am Esther. Don't forget my name. I am Esther Akpan. And at Mema Family Care, we make the best custard you've ever tasted. Healthy, nutritious, budget-friendly. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for her. And please visit them and get that custard. Trust me when I say you should get it. I tested it yesterday and it made a lot of sense. And I took it home. My kids don't like 3-in-1. But they tasted it and they loved it. So when I finish, I'll go and collect my marketing fee from these guys. So I'm doing free marketing for them. They're not paying for it. All right, guys. This is another exciting time. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for staying up till this hour. For those who have left, it's unfortunate because we are going to get into the raffle draw soon. And if the draw is done and you are not present, we will look for those who are present. We don't reserve raffle draw gifts for those who are absent. It's only going to be for those present. So those of you that have stayed on till now, congratulations. You may just be the lucky winner of something exciting. And don't forget, we're also going to be having a raffle draw on Friday, the big one, a plot of land. Unfortunately, I can't buy ticket. Can I buy ticket? Can I buy ticket? They don't even have an answer for me. Well, we're going to have to discuss that. But ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to listen carefully. There's a very interesting master class that will be happening tomorrow by 4:30 p.m. I'm sure you saw it on the slide when our third speaker was speaking, and he talked about the master class. Tomorrow, we'll be having a very important master class with Mr. Philip Britton by 4:30. And the master class is going to be dealing with victory through confidence. I said earlier on that your confidence or your personality will determine your success in life. And so if you attend that master class, it's going to help you build confidence. It's going to help you understand the psychology of life and how things actually operate and how you can, through confidence, become more successful and victorious in the game of life. And I want to encourage every one of us to be a part of that master class. However, for you to attend that master class, the value of the master class, I'm struggling to mention the amount, but I'll just use confidence because the master class is about victory through confidence. If I mention the amount for the master class, if I shake you a bit, so what we have decided to do with Mr. Philip is to create a pass, more like a ticket for the master class. And that ticket is a book. And the cost of that book is $20. And $20 converted to Nigerian Naira at 1,500 to the dollar. What's the rate now? Okay. So somebody please tell me what the value of 1.6 times $20 is. Help me quickly. Do the maths for me. Tell me how much. No, it can't be 30,000 at 1.6. It can't be. 1.5 is 30,000. Yeah? 32,000. Okay, thank you. So the value of the book I'm about to present to you is 32,000 Naira because it's $20 in the US. And this book has incurred cost traveling from the US to Nigeria. If you add a fraction of that cost, flight ticket on the book, and then logistics from Lagos to Port Harcourt, and you value it and put it on the book, and the night the book has slept in the hotel since it got to Port Harcourt, which is additional cost. And the food it ate. By the time you aggregate all that cost together and spin it on the book might be getting to 50K, isn't it? Or even more. Now, instead of 32,000, we have the organizers of Make in Nigeria have actually written off 12,000 Naira off the book. I thought you'd be clapping by now. And so what that means is for this book, titled Resolved, 13 Resolutions for Life. It's a very powerful book. I recommend it strongly. And this one is Launching a Leadership Revolution, Mastering the 5 Levels of Influence. Okay? These two books, each of them should have been selling for 32,000 Naira, going by the $20 mark. But Make in Nigeria has written off 12,000, which means that each copy goes for how much now? 20,000, a very good mathematician. Oh, sorry, that's not maths, that's arithmetics. So clap for yourselves. Now, the interesting part of it is that the master class for tomorrow, holding at 4:30, Victory Through Confidence, the cost for that master class, how much, Mr. Britton? But just give me a cost, because I know we're still discussing the final cost. But what was on your mind at the time? 100K for that master class. That master class is something you shouldn't miss. Now, what we have finalized is this. Rather than pay 100K to attend a master class, pick a copy of this book. It gives you access to the master class. Does that make sense? Courtesy of Make in Nigeria. Now, not only will you get a copy of the book, your book will be autographed. You have a free picture session with Mr. Britton. 2 pictures only. And then you attend the master class. Now, let me tell you something about the master class you really don't know. It's a practical session where he'll walk you through phases and share with you practical experience, and you have the opportunity to ask personal questions and get personalized answers. I host master classes, so I know. Most of my clients prefer master classes or one-on-one coaching sessions to general classes. Because general classes will give you generic information, will give you generic answers, will just throw it at you. But master classes, the name master is the word you should consider. So if you're interested, which I think you should be, in attending the master class, you have a choice. Pay 100K to attend, or pick a copy of the book, autographed by him. There's a table set in front of the exhibition stand, first floor. He's going to be there to autograph the book. When you come for the master class tomorrow, simply open the autographed page. That's your access code, and you gain access to the master class. So I need the first person to come forward. Let's start taking the copies now. I have just 2 copies with me. The other copies are at the stand where you go pick it up and he'll autograph it. So if you pick this copy, he's also going to autograph this for you. And then that gives you access to the master class tomorrow, 4:30. I need who are those ready to transform their lives. And maybe I should add another one, which is what I enjoy. After the master class, you have access to him, at least on social media. He's very active. Since last year I met him, I connected with him. I've kept in touch. I see what he does. And that is a very good experience for me. And I can tell you that when he tells you a thing, you can go to bed, go to the bank with it, go wherever with it, and be rest assured you have value for your money. So we're ready. I see a hand up there. Come on up. Come pick a copy. 20,000 naira only for the master class, for the book. I'm going to give you the privilege to make a choice. So you come. I give you the privilege to make a choice. There you go. What applies to you the most? I thought so too. Let's put our hands together for her, please. All right, so after this session, we're going to move down. He's going to be there to take the autograph, and you come, you pick the book, he signs for you, and that guarantees you access to the master class. I beg you, don't miss that master class if you're here. What you would assume, just let me give you a trick of the trade. Assume that you are paying 20K for the conference, and as a bonus, you got a book and you attended a master class. Just picture that in your head and let it just stay that way. I am attending a 5-day conference and all I'm paying is 20K. And in addition to the conference, I'm getting a free book. I'm getting a free master class. If you can talk to yourself like that, your brain will rewire for you to pick the book now. It makes more sense, isn't it? Yeah, because some of you are saying, 20K for a book. Go and buy a $10 book. Making it big. I've placed order. I've still not got a copy till now. 25K, I've ordered. I've not received it till now. The paperback got exhausted in less than a week. Hardcover, is 25,000 naira. I have ordered, I have paid, I've not received it. They are telling me to wait. They are expecting more copies. Sold out. So knowledge is expensive. If you don't like it, try ignorance. Try ignorance. And what I've learned in life is the secrets are hidden where? In books. The greatest secrets in life, they are hidden in books. And one of the misgivings, one of the greatest undoing of Africa, one of the greatest undoing of Africa is our failure to document. That's the greatest undoing of Africa. Our failure to document. That's why Mungo Park will come to Nigeria and tell you that he discovered River Niger that is with you. How can you discover something that we bathe in, we drink from, is with us? Because you didn't document. So somebody came to Nigeria. Was it Christopher Columbus, right? Mungo Park, Abi? Mungo Park. Say he discovered what? Water you've been bathing in, drinking, swimming in. Because you didn't document. That's all. You didn't document. So now, this is launching a leadership revolution, mastering the 5 levels of influence. This is a must-have. Any of these materials, what? You want a copy? And you are standing far away. You see, that's why you need to attend this master class. Because it talks about confidence. You see? This man, collect. Your confidence is too much. But as you are going there, you have not paid the money. No, you cannot escape. Now I know you now. You're my guy. I'm supposed to collect 50K from you. This guy has too much money. He's just behaving like that. I know him very well. It's loaded. So who else needs a copy? No, he will. Sir, the spirit is moving. Oh, let me collect the money here. The spirit is moving. Go and bring more copies. Bring more copies. Now that people are willing, because they live here now. Those that have bought, he will sign, will get the money. Okay, it's already going down. So if you need, let me see your hand so that I'll put you first list so that you will not go there and queue. First list. Madam, I've seen your hand. Any other person that needs the book? Young man. Okay, fantastic. So when I'm going down, you follow me. You follow me down. I will make sure you're on the first list. Because some people are already waiting downstairs. Right? All right. So we're going to go downstairs. We're done with the sessions here. Let's rise and allow the leaders who are here with us to move first. And then tomorrow, as we leave here, we're going down, first floor exhibition stand. We're going for the raffle draw. And trust me, you don't want to miss that because we're moving down there and it's going to be sharp. So let's allow our leaders to take the exit and then we'll go behind them and move straight to the raffle draw grounds for the raffle draw. DJ, let's test whether your music is still working. Give us some sound, please.